Blade. In regards to tonight's show, we need to jump over to WWE's website. And we've got a preview. We've got a very interesting segment coming up tonight. We've actually got a Roman Reigns acknowledgement ceremony. And obviously this is where he's going to want Jacob to acknowledge him. And so Jacob, I cannot see him acknowledging Roman. So I think we're going to be seeing, obviously, some hostility. That's probably going to take us over to Clash in Italy as well. You know, I'm totally expecting these two to have a rematch in Italy. Let's just get rid of that. Boom. Yeah, I'm totally expecting these two to have a rematch or some sort of contest. I don't know how the Usos are going to fit into this. I feel like the Usos are going to play a very interesting part in this story because they're going to be around. I'm guessing they're going to side with Roman. They didn't come out at Backlash. I wonder if Roman's going to have questions about that, actually. I wonder if Roman's going to wonder and ask why they didn't come out at Backlash. But yeah, lots for us to get our teeth into. This acknowledgement ceremony is going to be absolutely unmissable. So let's jump over and have a look at the breakdown. Boom. So we got Roman. He is going to call for Jacob to meet him for the acknowledgement ceremony. Again, Jacob ain't going to be acknowledging Roman, but I'm very interested to see how that plays out. Guessing that's going to be our main event, and it's good. Kind of reminds me of like the trial of Sammy and things like that, those kinds of segments. So looking forward to that. Street Profits and Joe Hendry are taking on the Vision in a 6-man tag match. So Joe Hendry and the Street Profits against the Vision. We got the Oba Femi Open Challenge. I've been getting asked who do we think is going to be featuring on that. And for me, I don't think we go anything too big yet. Last week we did Otis. This week we need to find probably someone else that will be an interesting challenge that Oba can overcome, right? I would be thinking like a Ludwig, a Tyler Bate, a Pete Dunne, one of those kind of names, because here's the list. You could go Dawkins, but I don't think that would be too exciting. We know Theory's already in a match. You could go one of the Creeds. I mean, last week it was Otis. He's part of a tag team with Akira. You could absolutely have Brutus come down. I don't know that that's any different to last week and Otis. I don't know that that's any more exciting. But I'm just saying, it's an option, right? I don't think you have Bravo or Ryo, but you could. I don't think that's very exciting, though. I think it's more exciting if you have Tyler Bate or Pete Dunne, because we never see them as Tyler Bate and Pete Dunne. So I think that's more exciting. CM Punk's not at the show tonight, apparently. You could have Chad Gable. Again, not as OG Americano, as Chad Gable, putting on a really good match, giving Oba a few problems. Ultimately, Oba wins, right? So Chad, Ludwig, Tyler, Pete Dunne, Brutus, these are the kind of names. Last week, don't forget, it was Otis, right? Dominic Mysterio, I wouldn't expect him to even want to answer an open challenge, so I wouldn't expect him to come down. Dragon Lee, I think, is definitely an option. Dragon Lee might quite fancy coming down. Is this the whole roster? No, this is Raw. So Dragon Lee is an option. El Grande, I wouldn't expect. I think Grayson Waller has, got potential, but again, would he want to answer an open challenge? I mean, why would Grayson want to step in the ring with Oba? Finn Balor, that could be interesting. Thing is, though, he'd have to lose. Unless you have, Judgment Day attacking him. Maybe Balor goes in, gives a good account of himself, and then bang, Dominic attacks. That's maybe an option. Ethan Page, I don't know why he would want to step up. Cruz del Toro, I don't think anyone would care. Ivar's an interesting option. Ivar's interesting. Again, not too different from Otis, though, but it's an option. I wouldn't expect the Usos to be stepping up. I think they're probably involved in the acknowledgement thing. Javon would be down for giving it a go, but again, he would have to lose. Joe Hendry, don't think he'd want to do it. Plus, he's in a match anyway. Logan wouldn't want to do it. Would LA Knight want to do it? If he did, he would lose. Whoever steps up to Oba's losing, right? So, I don't know. Would you want to do LA Knight that way? But it gets him on the show, doesn't it? Montez could be fun. I'm not down on Montez. Again, you know, great talent. Could go in, get a bit of success, ultimately fall short, but could be interesting. Penta, wouldn't expect him to. Pete Dunne's an option. Ryo's an option. Rey Mysterio, wouldn't expect him to. Rusev, busy. Seth, busy. Sheamus, I think, is someone that will step up eventually. I don't know that it's this week, though. And then Tyler Bates an option. So if you look at the people that we've got, we're not drowning in loads of big options. Tyler Bate, Pete Dunne, Sheamus. I think one of the Creeds. I think Ivar is interesting. Montez could be interesting. I wouldn't be expecting Joe Hendry. I wouldn't be expecting LA Knight. I wouldn't be expecting Javon. But it's worth mentioning them. But this is what we're dealing with. This is the Raw roster. It's likely to be one of these people. So, as I've said, though, I don't mind personally if they bring in like an American football player or a basketball player or some celebrity that thinks they're deluded enough to think that they can do this, you know? They think they've got enough. I think that could be kind of interesting, actually. Certainly if they are someone from a rival team. I don't know where we are tonight. I think we might be in Knoxville, which if we are, I don't know who the rival to Knoxville is. But like, could you imagine someone from a rival team to Knoxville and they come out, they'll get like big heat and the crowd would love to see them get beat up. Oba can chuck them around. If they're big, it would look good. Oba gets the win. The person gets decimated. Crowd absolutely love it. I wouldn't be down on that for a week, honestly. That'd be okay, but I wouldn't want to do that too many times. Mainly because I ain't going to know who the person is because I don't follow like American sports. So, yeah. But for a one-off week, I wouldn't mind. But it's probably going to be one of those names we just mentioned. WWE Women's Tag Champs Paige and Brie are going to respond to Judgment Day. So there we go. That's the stuff that we've got coming up tonight. It's not a big preview. There's not loads of segments that have been announced, but yeah, we do have Vision against Street Profits Joe Hendry. That's a pretty big one. Car, hello, said it looks like American Maids might make their debut on Saturday. They haven't been on Raw or Main Event for a while. They're around though, aren't they? They're kind of involved in the Americano story. So, but we have been using and showing that story on Raw. Didn't we do? What did we? Weren't they on last week? Didn't we do like a 6-man tag? We did Americano. So last week, and I think we had they were on the show, the Creeds. They were on, I think it was last week in a 6-person tag match. So we have seen them. We saw them on recent Raw. So we could see them again tonight. Will the Cena announcement with the exchange it is, could someone from NXT step up tonight, said Sharp Vision. I wouldn't expect that. I don't think this is connected in any way to the Cena thing. I think John is someone that wants to give opportunity to the kind of next generation. That's great. And there's lots about his announcement that I like. I don't know that the Oba thing is connected. I actually think this idea, this John Cena classic thing, I think it's actually come from John. I get the impression that this is a John idea and this is something John wants to do and this is something John... I don't know that this has come from Triple H or the creative teams. I think this is like something that John is trying to figure out. I think John's probably a bit worried about how do I stay with wrestling? How do I best contribute? What can I do? And, you know, he could always pop up and be a host, make appearances, do meet and greets, be an ambassador. I think it's kind of exciting that he wants some a little more than that. I think it's kind of exciting that he wants something that I think he has sat down and gone, right, what do I believe in? I believe in opportunity. You know, I believe in rewarding hard work. I believe in the fans having their say. And I think he's kind of put all this stuff into a pot and he's tried to figure out what that looks like. And I think what has come out has been this John Cena Classic idea. And I don't know that he's totally sold on it himself, in the sense of he likes the ingredients, but even he doesn't know if all that into a pot mixed together is going to result in something worthwhile and satisfying. I don't think, from his statements, I don't get confidence from him, you know. So I think that we've put a load of ingredients into a bowl, we've mixed them together, and we've gone, look at this. That's what we did at Backlash. I don't think it's properly cooked. I certainly don't think it's ready to sample. But there's something happening. There's something happening. We're in the process of cooking something up. But even John, I don't think's like totally convinced by it at this stage. But he believes in the ingredients. He believes in fans having their say. He believes in young talent having an opportunity. You know, he believes in those things. So we'll have to see how it goes. I thought the announcement was okay, actually. I thought it was quite clear. I was really surprised at how many people thought it was a tournament. I don't remember the word tournament being used once by John in the announcement. He did say people were going to have to qualify for the event, but to me, that's just so that you make the show, not that you then go through it in the rounds and actually it's a tournament. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, to me, it got interpreted in slightly different ways by people. I was just under the impression it's one night, it's just matches. We crown whoever the best performer of the night was, and they become the champ. So it's a belt about performance than results. And actually, I suppose in a way, it's a little bit like the Performance Center belt, because that Performance Center belt that they've got, it's not a TV belt, but at the Performance Center, they award a belt to whoever trained the hardest, whoever was the best performer for the week at the PC, and you get the belt, right? And there's pictures of like Dante Chen with it, and I think Callie Armstrong had it, and you know, there's these pictures that have emerged of Performance Center talent being the Performance Center champion. It's not like they had matches and won it. It's all to do with the effort that you put in, and I can kind of see how that would work, in the sense of go out there, put in a great performance, give everything you've got, and the person that the fans think did the best becomes champion. The problem is if you've got Rhea on the show, or Cody on the show, or Roman on the show, or any big name main roster star that's got a fan base, all their fans are going to vote for them. Doesn't matter if they were the best performer or not. Before we've even started, Rhea is going to get loads of votes. Becky's going to get loads of votes. You know, all these main roster talents have got such fan bases, Bianca and Naomi and all these people, that how is the young NXT talent that doesn't have as big a fan base, how are they expected to get votes, enough votes to actually win this thing? I mean, I don't know if you don't have to put like a little 2-to-1 ratio in. So for every 2 votes the main roster star gets, it's the same as just 1 vote for the NXT. But then you're starting to see how messy it becomes. See how difficult, and just it becomes really difficult, hard, messy. I get what he's trying to do. I get the fact that he's trying to put all this stuff that he believes in into one event, but I don't know, man. I mean, I've got questions about it. I'm sure you've got questions about it. It seems like people have interpreted it in slightly different ways as well. Is it a tournament? Is it just single matches that aren't part of a tournament? I mean, I heard like Brian Alvarez saying the way he understood it was that there were going to be matches and we voted on who goes through to the next rounds, and it doesn't matter if you win or not. It's just we vote whoever we want to go through. And it seemed like Dave Meltzer was pretty convinced that was what he was been said. I did not get that at all. That from listening to that announcement, that is not how it came across, and it still isn't. I watched it back. I watched the announcement back. That it still is not how it comes across to me. So I don't know, man. As the announcements go, I mean, I was all right with it because I was not expecting. I thought it'd be Club WWE. So we got something I wasn't expecting. That was good. And I'm down for an event where we do NXT versus main roster. That's good. Down for that. I like the fact the fans are going to be involved in some way. That's good. Always down for a new championship. Yeah. Always like a belt reveal. I always like to see a new title. Down for that. But yeah, there are definitely elements go, I don't think that's going to work. I'm not sure about that bit. So we'll have to see how it goes, though. You know, I mean, again, you can't really judge anything until you've seen it in action. But when you hear today that the idea, even internally, is not fully formed, you kind of go, did we just do this so we had an announcement for Backlash? Was it just so people would tune in? We've got a big history and make an announcement. You don't want to miss it. But backstage, they're like, what can we announce? What can we announce? Well, there's the John Cena thing we haven't quite worked out yet. Well, we'll have to go with that, won't we? We haven't got anything else. Let's just go with that. Yeah, but we don't quite know what it is. Well, just say something. Just go out and say something. I mean, I think you could make a really fun behind-the-scenes spoof documentary about WWE. There is one, actually, that they've done a few times. They've done things like The West Wing or, what's the one I'm thinking of? Veep. I don't know if you ever saw Veep. But there was also The Thick of It over here, which is kind of like, they're comedies, certainly Veep and The Thick of It. They're comedies that show you behind the scenes in politics, and they show you how things can go wrong and how there can be miscommunication. I think someone could do a really fun sitcom about behind the scenes in pro wrestling in WWE. They've got to make an announcement, but they've got nothing to announce. And so they just go with this instead, and now they've committed to something that they didn't mean to commit to. And I think there could be a really fun sitcom there. If someone wants a really funny sitcom idea, that could be fleshed out into something really, really fun. Really fun. Big Tony K said, Days after a terrible Backlash. Oh, I don't think it was regarded as terrible. Even on Cage Match, it's knocking on the door of a 7. I think it was a 6.8 last time I saw it. I don't know where we are now. It'd be worth having a look, actually. It is 6.89. 689. Obviously not loads of votes, 176. But one thing we can say about Cage Match is it doesn't sugarcoat stuff. I mean, Cage Match was giving SmackDowns like 0.8, 1.4 and all this kind of stuff, you know. I don't think anyone would say that Cage Match is going to make out something was better than it was, right? If anything, I would say that Cage Match is always going to be a little harsher on things. So I said Backlash was 7.25. Cage Match at the moment is saying 6.8. So, and obviously not everyone's going to agree with that. Not everyone's going to share in that same opinion. But Iyo against Asuka was very well received. That getting an 8.1 so far. Roman Jacob at 7.4. It was good. Maybe a touch higher than where I would be. 7.3, again, maybe a touch higher than where I would be for Bron Seth. I'd probably have that at a 7. I might have that at like a 7.2. I think 8 for that is very fair. I wasn't down on the Danhausen match. I was confused why it was so long. But 4.6 seems like, you see what I mean about Cage Match being a little bit harsh on some stuff. And then we got Trick. Yeah, Sammy. Trick Sammy just never clicks, does it? Their chemistry is just not there. 5.7 for that. So, yeah. Just acceptable, solid, a decent follow-up to night 2. I think there's a lot of negativity around in regards to WWE, so the fact that we can come out of a PLE show and that's okay. If someone had said, would you take a 7 out of 10 show, I'd be like, yeah, God, I would, of course I would. I mean, if you think about where we've been for some of the PLEs, so no, I think it was pretty well received overall. I thought Backlash was okay, said Jitterman. I did enjoy Iyo Asuka match and Roman Jacob. Can't wait for Money in the Bank. That's next, said Real Reggae Lion. It's later this year. They've moved it, so it's not next. Next is Clash in Italy. And we then have Night of Champions. So Money in the Bank, I think, is like September this year. I don't know why. Carr said, do we think WWE should be doing more stuff with Dragon Lee? Because we haven't seen him since WrestleMania. I think Dragon Lee's difficult, to be honest with you, because Dragon Lee is someone that you've really got to invest in. I mean, Dragon Lee he was in a tag team with AJ Styles, and really after that, he got into a feud with Gunther when AJ got retired. And he did get involved in the ladder match, but, you know, there was a lot of people in that ladder match, so he kind of got a little lost in the shuffle. And as you said, since WrestleMania, we haven't really done anything. So I think if you're going to do something with Dragon Lee, then you got to do something. I'd like to really dig into the character, maybe do some vignettes, tell me his backstory, you know, and kind of dig into some stuff. At the moment, it just seems like we're just trying to fit him in. There's no focus on him, is there? It's just like we're trying to fit him in where we can. I wouldn't be shocked if he came down and answered Oba's challenge, just as a way of getting some TV time. But, you know, if he does, he's going to get murked. He might get a few moments to sort of shine, but, yeah, he'll ultimately lose, of course. But, yeah, we need to get him into a feuds. I feel like AAA is a good place for him to, you know, really get some momentum going. If he was used regular in AAA, involved in a good story, that could be really good. That could be really good. I mean, look at what AAA has done for the whole Americano story. I mean, I look at that whole situation so much differently now compared to how I was looking at it. Seeing how over it is in Mexico, it's made a big difference for me and my enjoyment of that story and those characters. So perhaps AAA could do something with Dragon Lee. Seems like WWE are struggling to invest in him at the level that I think they need to. Flamefist said, I think Backlash was awesome. I can't watch AEW for more than 15 minutes. Tony said, I'm not sure Triple H shows his face again after the Danhausen match. Remember this, the grass isn't always greener on the other side, except AEW where it's very green. Well, it was very green on the other night, wasn't it? I saw they were wrestling on an actual green. Honestly, I think the Danhausen thing was okay. The thing with the Danhausen match was, I mean, that was El Torito, who is a really good mini wrestler. I don't have a problem with using him. I actually watched him in AAA and he was like stole the show the week that we watched. He's a really great talent. And I think like having him as Danhausen's partner, I was like, it's not who I was expecting. And I'll admit, I was a bit like, oh, that's a shame. I kind of feel like we could have gone with something that the fans would have enjoyed more, like CM Punk or Oba or someone like, you know. But if you'd have done that, then you couldn't have done the comedy match because there was obviously elements in that match that was comedy. And I don't think you could have necessarily done as much of that if it was Punk or if it was Oba. Certainly not if it was Oba. It would have had to have been a different match. And I probably wouldn't have got to it with a cloning machine stuff and all that stuff. But again, I mean, what I would say is some people look at the Danhausen stuff and go, oh, it's stupid and it's silly. This might be controversial, but I just think the cloning machine stuff is just a presentation. Like, I don't believe Danhausen actually built a cloning machine. I think that he has just gone and got himself a tag partner He's gone and got himself El Torito, and, you know, that was just in the entranceway, and that's just how he brought him in, right? So, I don't know. I mean, to me, I don't find it stupid. I just see it being Danhausen, and his tag partner was El Torito. And there was some good stuff that was in there. I think it was a bit too long. I wasn't really feeling Miz and Kit Wilson having as much offense as what they had. The whole match goes like 11:38. I don't see why it needed to go over like 7-8 minutes. I think you could have shaved a good 3-4 minutes off quite comfortably. I was not offended by it. I don't think it was anywhere near as stupid as the Gingerbread Man stuff. I think there's a big difference between the two because, again, as I said, I think for me, the cloning machine is a box in the entranceway that people can walk through. Why do I have to believe that Danhausen built a cloning machine? Why can't I just believe that Danhausen got El Torito to be his tag partner because he thought it would be fun? And then El Torito comes out the box. They go to the ring, they wrestle a match, and it was largely a pretty legitimate match, actually, with Miz and Kit Wilson having quite a bit of offense. So yeah, I don't know. I don't really get the Danhausen match hate. I don't really see what there was to hate. The only thing I could say is if you believe the story that Danhausen did build a cloning machine. And that, you know, you've kind of gone with that. But to me, I can believe that it was just a way of bringing people out rather than it being an actual cloning machine. I don't know. The whole thing seems a bit of a silly conversation to me. Certainly if you compare it to the Gingerbread Man stuff, which was a costume. I mean, even in storyline, it's a costume. Do you know what I mean? It's a costume that's been ripped. And we're now burying it. Like, we're not burying a person. We're burying a costume. That whole thing is a whole different level of stupid. Like, this is why, to me, the two are not comparable. But, I don't know, there's people out there putting them both in the same bracket. And I disagree with that. So, for me, the Gingerbread Man stuff was not to my taste. The Danhausen thing, an interesting presentation. Ultimately, it's Danhausen and El Torito wrestling a match that was largely a match. And obviously had some comedy stuff in, which you would expect, but I think the silliness was like the silliness that you saw with the Gingerbread. It just wasn't the same in this match. This at least had a little bit more logic to it. There was a bit more to it. So I don't know. That's an interesting question if anyone wants to really dig into it. I don't know that we need to go that far into it, but yeah, certainly not well received online on Cage Match. You lot scored it, obviously, all-time 32 because you lot were just having fun with it. We had 32% said it was all-time, 32% said it was great, so 64% of you really enjoyed it. 20% said it was okay. It was good. It's okay, right? 16% said it was bad. So that's how it kind of broke down when we scored it on Saturday. Big Time said, Daze, the women's division, after all the call-ups, feels like everyone has got stiff competition. A lot of women are not afraid to stomp you out to get ahead for a spot. There's really no time to fumble. No, there's no time to fumble for anyone. Ronnie said, how can Triple H treat talent so bad when he won 14 world titles and wanted that belt more than anyone? For him to think that he's a bigger star than any main talent is disgusting. Triple H is selfish. TKO weirds. Okay. I don't quite understand that, to be honest. Feel free to flesh that out. I mean, Triple H is booking the show. And in the show, you need main event talent, mid-card talent, you know, people that you're struggling to find creative for, characters that have connected, characters that haven't connected. So there's people that are being used really well. There's people that are being pushed. It's a mixed bag, isn't it? I mean, it's a mixed bag. If you look at like how much we're doing with Gunther, how much we're doing with Bron Breakker, and how we're trying to bring them through, you know, obviously Oba has got over straight away, and we're, you know, fully behind him. So, you know, we're, you know, really trying to do something there. And we're trying to bring through like some women as well. Obviously, Fatal Influence, I think people would say, have hit the ground running, and, you know, don't think there's any complaints there. Yeah, there's complaints about things like Julia. I think Julia, though, is a victim of how bad the women's roster is on SmackDown. I think that she got put to a brand where it just was not set up right. The women are just not there due to injury or whatever it might be. I think they were doing a bit of a story with the women's tag division, which meant they needed some women for that. And I think that was to the detriment of like the women's mid-card division. So I don't think that, if we're going to talk Julia in particular, I don't think that's Triple H sort of punishing Julia or anything like this. I think that it's a hard thing to manage. I think that there's a lot of moving parts. I think there's a lot of injuries. I think there's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes. Probably plenty of things we don't even know about. And, you know, people getting suspended, or like, you know, turning up late, or whatever it might be, bad attitudes. I mean, he's already revealed there's people that refuse to work with other people, and we don't hear about that. So, and then I think, like, if he sits in a meeting with his creative teams and he's not really getting great stuff out of them, and then he's got to try and find a way of making that better, right? Because I think he did get annoyed with those teams. We've seen shakeups in them. We've seen changes in the creative teams. That says to me that the original setup of the creative teams are not correct. So those creative teams are, like, not correct, and he's tried to change them. And so now he's in a situation where I think he might be feeling a little bit better about them, but they might still not be 100% correct. And obviously we've got like a situation where there's a real bad press around, a bad taste in the mouth. I mean, it's hard. It's like trying to push water uphill at the moment. It's difficult to turn this around. It's a little bit like Keir Starmer here in the UK. I mean, Keir Starmer's done a big speech today to try and, you know, reassure everyone that he knows what he's doing. And at the moment, last I saw, there was like 70 MPs in his own party saying he should go. If that gets to 81, they can trigger a leadership thing. It's at 71 now. So there's 400 Labour MPs, 71 have said he should go. If it gets to 81, they can trigger a rebellion, right? So everyone in the UK is just sort of keeping an eye on this situation, because it could result in a new Prime Minister for us. And I feel like Triple H is in a similar position, where I think he's probably lost the confidence of a lot of the fans, and he might even have lost the confidence of some of the wrestlers. Certainly those that don't feel like they're being used very well, and the fact that we're coming off the back of so many releases that, yeah, I mean, it probably is in a situation where his popularity is not at an all-time high. So trying to kind of move forward and put on an exciting, vibrant show and give the fans a product that they feel entertained by, it's probably a bit difficult, because there's not much goodwill around. So I think the point that I'm trying to make is, like, I don't really get the selfish comment. I don't really get the... I don't think he's doing any... There seems to be this belief by some online that Triple H makes decisions to punish wrestlers, and I just don't believe that's true. I don't believe that's true. I don't believe that happens. I think that maybe some wrestlers, if they are problematic and they deserve it, but like, if you're a fan of Julia, there's people online going, why does Triple H treat Julia this way? Like, why does he keep punishing her? Like, all this kind of stuff. it's like, this is a business. This is a big, massive business, right? This is like a billion-dollar, multi-billion-dollar business. There are so many plates that are spinning. There is so, like, this is adult stuff. Let's get real. This is adult stuff. I mean, I don't know if any of you have run businesses, but this is like big boy adult stuff. This isn't kind of like, oh, I don't like that person, I'm gonna take the belt off them and not use them on TV, right? That'll teach them a lesson. There's so much childish reaction online, like stuff like that. So much childish reaction. This is a big company, and at the end of the day, Triple H is trying to put the pieces in the right places to get the best card possible, the best views, and this kind of pettiness from, like, you know, that you see on X, where people think their favorite wrestlers being mistreated and they're being abused and all this stuff. It's like, the truth is that wrestler does not have the connection with the audience that they need to have. Now, it might not be their fault. Again, I'm going to use Julia as the example. You know, Julia hasn't really had much opportunity to make that connection. But equally, what has Julia done to sort of help herself? You know, has there been much like online content from Julia? Has there been some stuff where she's reached out to, the fans and like tried to make that connection? I don't know. I don't know that she has. Or is she just sort of waiting to do as she's told? If you wait and just do what you're told, it might not be enough. You got to take this with both hands and make the most of it. And you got to, it's hard. It's really difficult. I think this is where like Chelsea Green shines. And I think this is where like Drew McIntyre in the past has shone as well. They've used social media to their advantage to strengthen their relationship with the fans. And I think that there's a lot of talent that could probably learn from that. There's a lot of talent that would benefit from maybe using some social media and putting out some fun bits. I mean, you see Ren Sinclair putting out her Wednesday thing on a Wednesday, and that's connected. I mean, that's worked great. That's been a positive. That's been good. And so I think there's probably like some that can be, worked on there. But we just don't really see anything like that from a lot of talent, actually. It seems to be that they don't want to rock the boat or they don't want to go down that road. I'm not sure why. Perhaps they're worried they'll get in trouble, say something they shouldn't have said. Perhaps like you just end up convincing yourself it's better if I just do as I'm told. I don't want to rock the boat, I'm not sure. But I sort of feel like your job as a wrestler is to get over, and you might not be getting loads of opportunity, but at the end of the day, you've got to maximize that TV time. You've got to maximize every second you're with the company. And if you don't, you could find yourself on the chopping block. And that is true of pretty much everyone. Everyone is fighting to keep their jobs. Certainly coming off the releases, you can have no expectation that you're just going to be fine, I think everyone should know that works at WWE, certainly on the talent side, that your contract is not worth the paper it's written on. And if you're not getting much TV time because creative are struggling to find stories for you, or there's not much of a division for you to work with, you've got to do whatever you can. And if that means social media, or if that means going up to them with ideas, or if that means wanting to try and change your look a little bit, or whatever it might be, you got to do what you can. And hopefully that's what people are doing, Hopefully people are talking to Triple H, are talking to creative, aren't just sitting and waiting for stuff to be handed to them. Otherwise, the next thing that will be handed to you is your release form. And that is the reality of where we are. So there's a lot of wrestlers, and all of them want TV time. So this is why, like the whole Triple H is, messing up this specific person, that specific person. Yeah, because you can't please everyone. You'd have to have a much longer show if you was going to feature everybody. And you'd need a much bigger and better creative team if everyone was going to have compelling stories. And so that's why we are where we are. Ronnie said, so if my contract isn't worth the paper that it's signed on, why sign me to a 5-year deal and get me up to 44 like Asuka and then say take a pay cut? I'm confused. Well, yeah, because it's not worth the paper it's written on, is it? I mean, the thing is that when Asuka's contract comes up, if WWE go, oh, don't want to lose this girl because she could be useful to AEW, right? So I don't want to lose her. And also, she might be involved in like a story that we've got at the moment, or there might be like another feud. Like it might be because her contract was 2024 that she signed. So it could be that we go, okay, she's good. We like her. She's involved in a story. We've got a Kabuki Warriors thing happening at the moment. We're going to build towards her and Iyo. We're going to build towards her and Kairi. There's reasons to keep her around right now. And so you put her to a new deal and you carry on, right? You can fit her in the budget. Fine. But then what happens is TKO come up to you like they've done this year and they go, we need to drop your budget by X million. Yeah. All of a sudden you're in a completely different situation because your budget has now changed. You want to bring new people up. Of course, you're always bringing up new talent. And you've got to stay within the budget. So now all of a sudden you're going to have to let people go. You're going to have to do that so the budget balances. But equally, you're going to have to reduce people's pay if you want to keep them. Now, we don't know quite what's happened with Asuka. So speaking specifically about Asuka is very difficult. There's no reports that she's been asked to take a pay cut. But she could have been one of those people that was asked to take a pay cut. She could have been. But that's because of the fact the budget changed recently. And also, we're in 2026, not 2024. And so we're in a situation where there might not be the same amount of plans for her as there was 2 years ago. I mean, it might be that, we're done with the Kabuki Warrior stuff. Obviously, we've let Kairi go, so we don't have that for Asuka. And yeah, we want to do a match with Iyo, but, well, we've just done it. We did it at Backlash. And as of right now, there just might not be nothing there. So it's hard to have specific conversations about people. But yeah, we know the New Day signed a new deal last year in 2025. And now here they are being asked to take a pay cut. So I think a large part of it is to do with the fact TKO dropped a new budget on WWE in regards to wages. And that was like an atomic bomb going off. That just completely changed the landscape. And all of a sudden then Triple H has now got to try and fit into the budget all of the superstars that he, has got plans for. You do that first. The people you want to call up as well, you put them in. And then, of course, you're left over with what you're left over. And that's where you have to make decisions of, well, do I just let them go? Or do I try and get them to take less pay? And if I can get them to take less pay, I can keep them. But only if they take less pay. If they don't, I can't fit them in the budget. I can't get them in. And so, all of that will have been going on behind the scenes. Uncle Rebel said, if it is in Knoxville, we could have Kane against Oba. It's gotta be Kane. Yeah, he's the mayor, isn't he, of Knoxville? I wonder if he will be around tonight. Jeremy said, do we think Jacob will be suspended until SummerSlam? I wouldn't think so. I think if you're going to, you can suspend someone, but I wouldn't suspend them for that amount of time. I mean, to needlessly, unless he needs surgery or something. But I don't think so, because he just wrestled a pretty big match, didn't he, on Saturday? So there's not really a reason for him to go away, as far as I know, for an extended period. So, yeah, if you're going to do a suspension, you can do it suspended indefinitely. He could have a couple of weeks off just to let his body recover, whatever, spend time with the family, and then, I don't know, he attacks Roman at Clash in Italy if we're not going to do the rematch. But I'll be surprised if it's not Jacob Roman in some form or fashion in Italy. And don't forget, Roman can always turn around and say, after what he did to me after the match, I want him. I want him. Don't you dare suspend him. and they can be like, you know, they can allow Jacob to stay because Roman has asked for it, you know. So there could be a little suspension storyline thing, but I certainly wouldn't think he'd be suspended for that long in reality, not unless he needs some like surgery or something. Seth isn't washed, said Meeks Meeky. Whoever said that just has no taste in wrestling. Seth has still got it. Jim said, has UFC received the same kind of cuts? I don't know, to be honest. I've not seen any words on UFC. I mean, what I do know is they cut people on a fairly regular basis. So if you go like 3 losses in a row and you're quite low down, then you get cut. So they tend to cut people fairly regular, depending on performance. I mean, if you don't reach the standard of being a UFC fighter, you just don't stick around. So yeah, I'm not sure as to what they've done in regards to that, but I suppose it's a little bit different, isn't it? Because with fighters, you tend to negotiate the contract for them when it's up to their next fight. So I think the contract is, or the agreement is, for the big names that you're going to give them so many fights a year, right? But I don't know that there's an agreement on money, because a lot depends if you win championships and stuff. So I think it's kind of negotiated when the fights are made. And so it works different. With WWE, you've got an annual salary for everyone. Like, I think Roman's is like 13 million or something. He's getting paid like 10 million plus a year. And then everyone else is like, you know, 1 million or 2 million, whatever it might be. A good bulk of the main roster is under 1 million. The starting wage is 350,000 a year. But they know what they're getting paid every year. And obviously you can get bonuses with your merch sales and stuff like that, any sponsorship deals or adverts you do or whatever. But yeah, it just works so different. It just works so different. But there must be some sort of budget, because a lot of that low-level UFC is, I think you sign a contract where you get paid X amount to do so many fights. So it's only when you start getting right to the top that it kind of starts changing. I think, like, so there will be some sort of budget there, but they cut people on a more regular basis due to performance. Daze, what is the exact date of Cena's final appearance? He hasn't got a final appearance. He's had his last match. That was last year. But he's not got, like, a final appearance coming up. There's been new Cena belt coming. What's the Mount Rushmore of belt designs? Mount Rushmore of belt designs. Well, Winged Eagle would be number 1. I loved the UK championship. I thought that was a great looking belt. The NXT UK championship. I loved that. I might have to have the original IC belt, but the one that Macho Man had, that had the WWF logo in red. So it had like a blue globe and the red. I just thought the red popped a little bit at the top. I really like that belt. Don't mind the Undisputed Championship, but it was not my favorite. It was nowhere near the Winged Eagle. Big Eagle was okay. It was not as good as Winged. And I don't really like any of the current belts. You could change every belt we've got now, and I wouldn't give a flip. I don't like any of them. Some I thought were okay when I first saw them, but like that United States belt, I was quite happy to change the old one because I didn't love the old one. The new one still doesn't feel quite right. It still feels like it needs blue behind the stars rather than gold. I don't know why they never did that, but yeah, I can't say I love that belt. Anyway, don't like the WWE Championship. It's very bland, plain. It's just the logo on a belt strap, isn't it? I mean, there's not really anything to get excited about. The World Heavyweight Championship is okay, but Big Gold is better. Big Gold might have to be the other one. So what have I got? I've got Macho Man IC. Winged Eagle is absolutely number 1. NXT UK Championship. Maybe Big Gold. would be the other one. Some of the old tag belt wasn't never that crazy about. The old IC belt was pretty bland. The old WWE titles. Oh, I do like the Hogan 86. Hogan 86 was a nice belt. Did not hate the Hogan 86. It was a little bit like the Winged Eagle, actually, but just like an earlier version of it. No, I'm quite happy with them four. Yeah, quite happy with them four. Hardcore title was good for what it was. That was good for what it was. You got to give shouts to the hardcore title. 24/7 title sucked. Yeah, a lot of cruiserweight belts sucked. All the recent belts suck. I'm trying to think of any other belts. I'm thinking NXT. NXT belts are okay at the moment. The ones before I was not a fan of. Yeah, probably those. The old white strap IC is goated, said Kader. Spinner belt is my fave, said the Gar Bear. Spinner belt was cool, said Humble Rumble. Lesnar's first title is an underrated belt. I think that's the Undisputed one. Backlash after Jacob loses tonight. He's going to come out, Jimmy and Jay. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how he interacts with the Usos, yes. Tom said the AEW belt is the nicest of the... I could agree with that. I really like the AEW one. It's got a nice kind of rectangular center plate and then some really nice side plates. Kind of, it looks grand, looks very detailed. I like that on a belt, not lots of detailing. It feels prestigious. I agree. I like that. The old school NWA TV belt, said 4. Do we know when the Cena Classic is, said Bishop? No. I don't think even WWE know. Apparently it's not a fully formed idea. Apparently they haven't quite worked everything out yet. So I'm not convinced even WWE know when they're doing it. But with Saturday night's main event just a couple of weeks away, they've got to have something planned for that show. We haven't heard anything about it yet. I couldn't tell you a single match that's going down on it. Part of me wondered if it was going to be on that event, but Cena didn't mention it. So that makes me think, no. That makes me think it's not going to be that Saturday night's main event. So we'll have to see. They're going to have to start announcing some stuff for that show because it's only 2 weeks away. The AAA belts are nice, said Bishop. Sharp said the UFC titles, they suck now. Ever since WWE had to remind us that we're watching WWE with the belts, I've never liked them. Yeah, there is a good reason why they do that, but so this is why I can't work out how you get round it. But if you take, like, now we live in a world with Instagram and Reels and people making their own content, and that means that you can grab a picture of a wrestler with a belt and it might not say who it is or what the company is or anything like that. So WWE like to have their logo big on the belts so that you know that this superstar is their superstar, this belt is their belt. I suppose in this world that we live in with Instagram and all this kind of stuff, pictures are a lot more visible, a lot more, all over the internet, and they have to be self-explanatory now. So this is why WWE want the belts to be screaming the fact that they are WWE belts. But the problem you've got is that obviously alters the design because it means that the WWE logo is going to have to be very big, very prominent. This is why it's so big on the World Heavyweight Championship. You've got this lovely main plate, and in the middle, you've just got this big WWE logo. And of course, the main belt itself is just the WWE logo. So I can sort of understand why they've done it. And this is why I don't think we're going to move away from it. But I agree at the moment, it's kind of really affecting the belt designs. It's taken some of the feel away, some of the prestige away. I thought it was kind of interesting what they did to the World Heavyweight Championship. They still managed to deliver like a nicely designed plate It was just that they slapped a big logo in the middle of it. So there's maybe a way forward. There's maybe some tweaks that can be made. I don't know. It's an interesting one. This is why when Cena announced there was going to be a new championship, I was quite interested because I'm interested in belts anyway. So I was kind of interested to see what that would look like. And obviously a lot of people have said it should spin, it should have his face on it and all this kind of stuff. I'd be interested to see what that belt would look like. Even if I'm not sure how they're going to award it, right? I'm still interested to see what it looks like. But yeah, I think belt designs in the modern age are very interesting because I think they have to do a little bit of work that we didn't have to think about historically. Normally, the only place you would see that sort of stuff would be in magazines, normally a wrestling magazine, or it would be on the wrestling show. Whereas now we've got all the internet and all these pictures that are just being shared around, and so the belt has to do a little bit more work. What do we think is the best way for Roman Jacob? Well, I really want to swerve. I mean, I really... let's do something. Do you know what I mean? I think the best way would be for the Usos backstage to be split on how to deal with this. I think I'd really like that. I think I'd really like, say, Jay wanting to just rip Jacob's head off, but Jimmy being like, dude, his family. You know that he's been through difficult times. You can surely understand why he's doing what he's doing. And I think Bloodline worked at its best when there was a bit of internal conflict and we knew where people stood on things. And I'd be really interested in like that. I'd be really interested in like the Usos being a bit split. And then I think like Jacob could get the Usos or one of the Usos, and that could be kind of interesting. I'd like a swerve. I'd like something to happen here that's not just a rematch and say Roman wins. I think that we've got something here we can really get our teeth into. This is all about family, which is really interesting. I mean, don't forget when Roman was facing people when he was in the Bloodline, it wasn't necessarily family. It was at the start when he took on Jay. But then once Jimmy and Jay got on board, then of course he's facing people like Riddle, Logan, John Cena, Finn Balor, Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn. You know, he's kind of like facing just normal opponents. This feud's, it's a weird feud. It is a strange one. Because this is about family, but I don't know if it's because we just didn't have much time between WrestleMania and Backlash, but like I think I would have liked to have really dug into that aspect a little bit more. I think I would have liked some heart-to-hearts. Didn't really feel like there was many heart-to-hearts. Think about all the stuff we could have done. Think about the fact we could have had Rikishi. Rikishi could have gone and had a word with Jacob, you know? What's going on? What's wrong? This isn't what I expect from you. Certainly not towards the family. You know, and actually we could have fleshed it out a bit more. You know, I think I'm still struggling with why is Jacob going after Roman instead of Cody? And why does it have to be now? Like, why can't he just wait for Cody to be available? Why does it have to be now? Why is there so much urgency? Why? I mean, like Jacob's been in WWE for a little while, and why is it now? Roman wins the belt at WrestleMania. It feels like Roman wins the belt, and Jacob has purposely decided that it's got to be now. Roman's got the belt now. I mean, we didn't. Maybe if we'd heard about this before Mania and it wasn't just sprung on us, you know. Perhaps if Jacob had been talking in the build to Mania about I need that title, like my family are struggling, we're struggling, and like you know we'd heard about this desperate, but it just kind of came out of nowhere, and I think that made the build seem very rushed, and I think like. We haven't got long till Italy, and you know the tone is where we are now, so I don't really see anything drastically changing. But I think, I can't be honest, this just isn't how I would tell this story. It's just is not how I would do it. But they've chose to do it this way. They've chose to rush into it. I really wish they had planted some more seeds beforehand. And actually, it does feel a little bit like we got through Mania and then we went, right, what do we do now? And someone's gone, let's do Jacob Roman. And we've gone, okay, we haven't got long, but okay, there's probably something there. And it does feel like just out of nowhere, we've just started this story. When actually it would have been a lot better if we'd have been building it for, you know, a little while. I mean, imagine little teasers. Bloody hell. We had Randy looking at Cody's belt for years. Like little glances at the belt. Do you know what I mean? I feel like we could have been doing little stuff between Roman and Jacob, and we could have really been digging into their relationship. I don't even know where his relationship with Roman is before this. I have no idea. I thought they were okay. I thought Jacob was a face now, and things were okay. So the animosity and the severity, the levels of that animosity it's been so high and so intense in such a short space of time that I do think this has kind of not been the greatest builds. I don't think this has been the tone of it, the pacing of it, the vibe of it. There's been some nice little moments. I like the bit where he turned around to the Usos and said, if you get involved in the match, I'm burning the whole family tree down. That was good. So I enjoyed that on SmackDown. But now we're in a situation where Jacob has lost, but he's lost due to cheating, right? Grey area. But he's lost due to cheating. And we're in a situation now where we have got to build towards Italy. So I think for me, what's going to be the most satisfying thing would be, I think I would like to dig into the family a bit more. I think I'd like some heart-to-hearts. I think I'd like the Usos split on what the right way forward is. I think I'd want one to have no sympathy, the other one to want to go and find Jacob. I'd love to see, say, Jimmy trying to have a word with Jacob. Just a heart-to-heart. Just like, explain this to me. Do you know what I mean? Help me out here. Like, what's going on? And I'd love to, I think that could be a really interesting segment. I would do that segment, not in the ring, but do you know where the trucks are? I remember Jay and Sammy bumping into each other years ago by trucks. And Jay kind of knew he shouldn't be talking to Sammy. And Sammy was like, listen, calm down. I'm not here to cause trouble. It was when Sammy was out of the bloodline and Jay still was in. And he was like, listen, I just want to, you know, congratulate you, whatever. I can't remember what had happened. But I'd kind of do that sort of setting outside by the trucks, a real moment away from something where, you know, Jimmy calls Jacob over. Jacob turns around, thinks he's about to get jumped, and he's like, no, I'm not here for that, big man. Talk to me. I think that could be really interesting. And then all of a sudden you've got people starting to wonder, is Jimmy going to side with Jacob? And you can plant a few seeds then. Bloodline worked when we dug into the characters, we dug into the relationships, and we actually started, do you know what I mean, getting some emotion in there, rather than just, I'm better than you, yeah, I'm going to beat you up. Rather than just bravado, there was so much more depth. So, something along those lines. I'd love some sort of swerve, though. I don't know if the Usos turn on Roman and join up with Jacob, or Jacob joins the bloodline, or whatever it might be. But I'd love something like that. I'd love something where we actually do something that's going to really launch us into the summer, you know? So, yeah, pinning down exactly what, though, that's a little tricky. Corey said, I don't have any faith in creative at this point to give us much more than just mediocrity. I can understand that. I'm sticking around just to say that I was there when the product was less than desirable. Well, to be honest, you know, I mean, that's a pretty good reason to be watching, because I think it's a bit like a sports team. And, you know, if you're only there when the team's winning, are you really a fan? You know? Or when things are hard and the shows are a bit tricky to get through, I think that's when your fandom is really tested. So, you know, we've been through these periods. I was watching in 95. I was watching in 2019. There was, listen, times in the 2000s as well that sucked. There's been stories that have been awful and segments that have been awful and wrestlers that have been awful and all of that sort of stuff. I do think, though, that if you look at night 2 of WrestleMania, look at the call-ups that we've had, look at Backlash, I think there is some momentum that's there. I think there is something that's there. Don't let the gingerbread man stuff fool you. That sucked, right? But it's done now. Hopefully that's in the past. One thing I do want to say on all of that is I don't think it's right that we sit here and criticize them for being safe and bland and comfortable and boring, right? And then when they do something like Gingerbread Man, criticize them for it being so stupid and silly and all of that. Like, we can do that and we can say those things, but I think in the same breath we do also have to say, okay, fair play for trying something. Might not have worked, but fair play for actually not doing what you've been doing, because we have not been doing Gingerbread Man stuff, right? And that says to me that this is Triple H acknowledging that things have been too safe, steady, comfortable, and actually trying to, you know, shake things up a little bit, actually trying something. Someone has gone to him and gone, listen, when Vince was around, we had a lot more like wackiness. We need to inject something like that. You know, we need to give the fans something they can make memes of and have a laugh with, and, you know, all that stuff. We need something in there like that. We haven't been doing that. And, you know, I think we've signed it off and had a look at it and really committed to it, because that kind of thing, you know, probably doesn't land with as many people as it did. And it did land with some, but it probably wouldn't land with as many if you just, you know, dabbled in it but didn't really go for it. Well, they absolutely went for it, right? They couldn't have gone much bigger with it. It was not to my taste, but it did work for some people. I think it was like one of those where it was like 20% loved it, 20% thought it was okay, didn't really care, 20% thought or 30% thought it sucked. The percentages when we were doing polls was very, very divided. I mean, I think it was 44% actually. I might even have the numbers. Yeah, The Funeral was not well received. 14 said it was all time. 19 said it was great. 23 said it was okay. 44 said it was bad. So that means that 56% thought it was acceptable or really enjoyable. 44 thought it was bad. So, I mean, we did still have, like, varied opinion on that. If we go back to, I don't know if I've got the information to hand for the week before, but if we go back to the week before, I think it was a little bit better received, actually, the week before. Believe it or not. Gingerbread Man segments. So the first week we got the Gingerbread Man, where he went to the doctors and all that stuff, yeah? When Sammy did the low blow. 29% of you loved it. 16% said it was okay. 25% hated it. And 30% was like, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it, right? 30% was like, I just don't know. I don't know what this is. But again, can you see how split that is? 29% love it, 16% said it's okay, 25% hate it, the rest doesn't have a clue. I mean, I think it was worth a try. I think it was definitely worth a try. I think it was definitely worth looking at. And I don't know what they take from it. I'm sure they've got plenty of feedback. I'm sure there's, as I said, I think it'd be really good if there was like a bit of software that could just look at all of social media and go, 30% said it sucked, 25% absolutely loved. Do you know what I mean? If there was a bit of software that could do that. I don't know if AI has got that ability. But yeah, I think it was probably worth a try. So don't let that stuff fool you into just ignoring the fact that Backlash gets about a 7 out of 10 on Cage Match. A lot of you got something from it. Asuka, Iyo getting lots of praise. Main event and the beatdown after, well received. John Cena announcement, bit of a head scratcher. Danhausen thing, split in opinion. Bron Breakker, Seth Rollins, people enjoyed. So, I mean, about 7 out of 10 for Backlash. Night 2 of WrestleMania, well received as well. Certainly better received than night 1. There is some green shoots there. There is something there. We can't sit here and say that there's nothing going on and it's all dead, because there is some green shoots around. It's just there's this cloud, isn't there? There's this negativity. There's this bad vibe that surrounds. It's kind of hard to shake that off. They've really got to do something to really, shake it off. And to be honest, I mean, you could say they tried to do something with that gingerbread man thing. And we'll have to see how this acknowledgement ceremony goes tonight. The shows are coming thick and fast. There's not much room to just take a breath. I mean, 2 weeks' time, they've got Saturday night's main event. 3 weeks' time, they've got Clash in Italy. So I don't know if we can get a bit of a breath in June. But, yeah, it's just go, 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 go at the moment. I bet they're just running around just constantly like, where are we? Where are we going? Do you know what I mean? Like, there's just no time to flip in think. You've just got to commit to stuff and go. So yeah, I agree with you that it's not like a great time right now. I think there is some green shoots. Certainly since night 2 of WrestleMania. Yes, there's been controversy with the gingerbread man stuff, maybe the Danhausen stuff as well. But I don't know. I think there's I'm not struggling to like find things to talk about, and there's lots of opinions around as well. So yeah, I would say it's been worse than this. The Pat stuff we did before Mania was way worse than any of this. That was the bit I was struggling with. That was, that's where we hit the absolute rock bottom for me. I mean, this is where on Cage Match it's getting like 0.8 out of 10. SmackDown. 0.8, and then the next week it's like 1.4 or whatever. I mean, we're nowhere near those levels. So yeah, lots to talk about. Kian said, I'm very excited for tonight's Raw, but that's good. And Carl says, hey Daze, hello buds, hope you're doing well. Yeah, good. I'm glad that people are excited. I'm glad that people are finding something to kind of look forward to. There's a lot of people I've seen videos from that are saying that they're done with WWE. And I can understand that. I mean, Backlash was good for me. I enjoyed it. Night 2 of WrestleMania was good for me. I enjoyed the call-ups of Fatal Influence. I think Oba is fantastic. I've really been enjoying him. Haven't really been enjoying the Trick Sammy stuff, of course. But yeah, there's enough going on that I'm like, no, I'm not even remotely close to thinking about stopping watching. But there are people out there that clearly don't feel the same way as me. And so there's people saying I'm struggling, I'm stopping. This is... but it's kind of becoming a bit of a thing now. I think it's becoming cool and acceptable to sort of say I'm done with WWE. Like, I'm seeing a lot say that. Whether they mean it and whether they are going to go or not, I'm not sure. But there are videos that are popping up on my feed where people are going, I'm done. This is why I'm finished. You better hold them to account though. Yeah. I don't want to see those same people talking about WWE the next week, right? If they said they're done, well, then you've made a big public statement, haven't you? You're done. So I would expect them to go then. And, maybe we are going through a bit of a shake-up, Perhaps the product is just going to go in a slightly different direction. I don't know. All I know is there's definitely some things going on right now that I am enjoying, and there's more than enough to certainly keep me engaged. So, right, one thing I want to do before I forget, because I am terrible and I do forget, is I want to read out the Hall of Fame induction for It's Kaz. So I want to get my teeth into that, right? I want to get my teeth into that because It's Kaz has been part of our community for so long and is someone that obviously everyone really just enjoys having around, talking with. I was really pleased to see It's Kaz go in. There's many of you that deserve to go into the Hall of Fame, and we are actually going to do another poll very soon because this one was for March, WrestleMania, and the build for that got in the way. So this was for March. We've still got April to do. So we will be doing another one quite soon. But I've got a few words here from Kat, so I'm going to read this out. She sent me a picture as well. And I'll get that on the video soon. So It's Kat said, first off, thank you to everyone that voted me into the Hall of Fame. To quote Paul Heyman, you're damn effing right, I deserve this. Brackets. I'm kidding. Long. Very proud and happy to be a part of this community for the past 6 years. Love everyone in the community and a shout out to the OGs. But I want to highlight the amazing women. Kelly the Wise Lady, Miss Trini, Metal Mama, Casey, Dormouse, Nita Nitro, Sunny, Brony, and all the other ladies in this community. I thank you for always having my back and making this a safe place for us girls to talk about the one thing that we love, professional wrestling. My Pinch of Salt family, hashtag Pinch of Salt for life. And lastly, a big thank you goes to you, Daze. Thank you for creating this space for all of us. Love and hugs, Kaz. And I have the image, which will go on to the picture very soon, onto the video thing very soon. So, Kaz, thank you, my friends. Lovely words there. And no, really appreciate everything you've contributed as well. Really do appreciate it. It's, yeah, as I said, very, very deserved. Very deserved. In a way, I'm surprised it took so long, but we're blessed to have so many great people in the community that love sharing their thoughts and theories and, do you know what I mean, talking about wrestling. And that's what we do. I mean, that's what we're here for, is to like really get stuck into wrestling. And yeah, I mean, this absolutely is a safe space for women, men, kids, hopefully everyone. So, and yeah, big thank you to everyone that helps make it that. So really appreciate it. So It's Kaz, much deserved. Many congratulations to you. Gen Xer said, I'm looking forward to the show and stream. I enjoyed the Danhausen stuff. Goofy wrestling for life, says Gen Xer. Gen Xer, shout out to you, buds. Miss Dell Jr. said, do we think WWE should move on to new stories instead of old ones? Even Vince did have rebellious employee versus evil authority for decades, but we need new, fresh stories. I think we're getting fresh stories, though, aren't we? I mean, we came out of WrestleMania and we've gone into Jacob versus Roman. That's obviously a new story. So, you know, that's new. We've obviously got new women's tag champs at WrestleMania. I mean, Paige only came in at WrestleMania. So we got Paige and Brie as the tag champs. So obviously that's new because we didn't even have Paige before WrestleMania. Gunther's gone after Cody. That's new. We haven't been doing Gunther Cody, so that's new. So I think you can sort of look and see that there are new stories that have kind of been launched. Fatal Influence have been called up. Oba, this is only the second week of him doing an open challenge. I think when the product is under a microscope, which it normally always is, but the vibe is not good, and the consensus is that WWE is in a bad place, which is a fair consensus at the moment, I think what happens is everything gets questioned. Everything gets questioned. Every feuds, every segment, every match. Was that any good? Was that promo any good? Is this feud delivering? You know, I mean, if you're looking at it from a glass half empty point of view, then I think this is what I'm saying. It's hard. It's hard for Triple H at the moment because there has been so much underperformance with creative that I think even if he is trying to do some new stuff or trying to bring in some new talent, it's not landing because people are still so down on the product in general. So I think there are some new stories. I think there are new things that are happening. We haven't seen Punk since WrestleMania. And I'm just mentally trying to go through like the different kind of stories that were telling me. Asuka looks like she's going to step away, so we don't know what's next now for Iyo. That's going to have to be something new. I think you do have new things happening all the time. And even as we said at the top of the card, I mean, the two top champs are in new stories, Cody and Gunther, Jacob and Roman. And so I don't think that's the issue. I think the bigger problem is that the in-ring is not delivering for whatever reason. You know, I cannot guarantee to you we will get a single great match tonight. I can't guarantee we'll get a single great match. And actually, there's going to be some matches that just don't matter. There's going to be matches where, I don't know, we'll put some tag team guys in a singles match, you know, and it just doesn't matter who wins. And, you know, but we've largely always done that. That's always been something. It's always been a frustration. But if times are good and Bloodline's cooking, it's funny how the bad stuff doesn't stand out as much. But when times are bad and very little is cooking, the bad stuff becomes a lot more obvious. So, we're in a situation where we've got a lot of stuff that we've been doing for a long time, like tag teams are going to have singles matches, or we're just going to throw a couple of people together and put them in a tag match, right? Even though they, don't need to be, in a tag match. We'll do that just to kill a segment. And whatever, the match will be okay, but we'll probably get some stuff like that. We'll probably get some stuff where the matches themselves are not great and we don't get a great rating. We'll get a few promo segments that'll be okay, and we'll probably end up getting to that main event segment. And I could totally envisage myself being like, this is probably going to need to deliver if this is going to be seen as, anything other than just okay. I could totally expect us to get to that main event segment and for there to have not really been anything of note on the show. And for us to really question, did we need to watch this? It was okay. It was solid. It was an easy watch. There's a little bit here, a little bit there, but there's not really been anything seismic. There's not been do you know what I mean? It's not like you needed to tune in. You could have just caught up with some highlights. I could totally believe we're going to be in that situation by the time we get to the main event segment. And they got to fix that. They need to make sure that each show has got, several moments in it that you do come away going, yeah, man, that was good. That was worth watching. I didn't see that going that way. A few little swerves or whatever, an announcement, a return. I've said before, right, if you're WWE, you've got 52 Raws and 52 SmackDowns in the year. That's 104 shows. So really, you need to make sure that you've got, 200 odd things that you can do in a year that's going to... So that way each show gets a couple of things, right? That are, you need to know about this. Now, if you think about it that way, 200 things just for Raw and SmackDown. So that can be title changes, new champions, right? That can do it. It could be a return. That can do it. It can be a heel turn or a face turn. That can do it, right? So you jot down all the things. It could be like an amazing segment, like like when The Rock was whipping Cody in the rain, yeah, or like when Bronson did that tsunami onto Braun Strowman on top of a car. It could be like an amazing segment like that. So I sort of feel like if you jot down couple of hundred, it'll be hard to do, but if you could jot down a couple of hundred things, map them out, roughly pencil them in, like, okay, first week of November, we're looking to try and get a heel turn and we're looking to get this. And just as a guideline, I mean, you can always switch things around if they better fit the stories that you're telling, because there's no way you can plan out a year in advance. But if you get a load of stuff like jotted down, then look to put something into each episode, there shouldn't really be a reason. I think we can all understand the odd show where I didn't really feel like I needed to watch that. I think you can get away with that once in a while. I think that's fine once in a while. And I think the fans are okay with that once in a while. But the problem you've got right now is that show after show after show keeps falling into that category. Show after show after show. It's like we're spinning our wheels. It's like we're trying to get to the PLE to do the match, and we've still got a couple of weeks to get there, and we don't really have anything to do. Like, we just need to get to the match, really. And so, yeah, like, to me, the match quality is not quite there. Dramatic. Sometimes people jump in, they're like, what have I missed? It's like, not much, really. There's a, little bit at the start from the Vision. We did a Finn Balor match against JD. It was okay. You didn't really need to see it. Little backstage interview, kind of just set up a tag match. There wasn't really much to that. That was the first hour. Then we started the second hour with a Becky promo. That was okay. It's always worth, Becky's a fun listen. You can check that out, but it's not essential. And do you know what I mean? Like, that's kind of where the shows have been. I feel like we need some bigger moments, some like swerves or returns, or some better segments. We certainly need some better matches. I mean, it's kind of borderline unforgivable that so many matches just come out with good ratings. And I don't watch AEW, but I get told on a regular basis that their wrestling is so much better. Like, how is WWE not looking into this? I mean, they are an entertainment company, but an entertainment company that focuses on wrestling. If there is another company in America that is consistently putting on better matches than you, surely someone should ask the question, why? Why are they putting on better matches? Because when the bell rings in WWE, that's where the focus should switch to wrestling. Do you know what I mean? All the other stuff, all the promos and the storylines and everything, that sort of should go out the window. All of a sudden now you focus on in-ring action. Now you focus on wrestling. And that hasn't been good enough either. And a lot of people are saying it's due to the lack of house shows. But how many house shows do AEW run? Are they running loads of house shows? I don't think so. Is it that it's the WWE style? I don't know. Is it because if you put on an average match, no one really speaks to you. No one says it was bad or anything. There's no feedback. That was it. What if it's like you put on a match that's average and someone backstage has a go at you? What was that? That's not good enough. That's not what we're looking for. We need better than that. Your segment was a wrestling segment. We needed a much better performance than that. You didn't have the crowds. They weren't interested. I was getting so frustrated watching the monitor, blah, blah, blah. I mean, who's picking these people up if the matches under-deliver? Who's holding them accountable? Or is no one doing that? And as a result, we've just got this general malaise that has kind of snuck in. I don't know. I'm not back there. I don't know. But what I do know is I'd have a lot more confidence that Vince would be holding everyone to the fire if something was not good enough than I think Triple H does. If there is to be a criticism of Triple H, I don't know if he's not too nice. I don't know if he's trying to be everyone's friend. Arm round the shoulder, carrot all the time. Sometimes you do need the stick. Sometimes you do need to say to someone, that's not good enough. Their head's not in the game, for whatever reason. Or, some I've worked with people, genuinely, and this isn't the same for everyone, but I have worked with people where they have actually said they've been given a telling off. And they've even said to me, like, I do need that from time to time. Like, I do need that. There are people out there that do need that. I don't know why. I'm not that person. I'm someone that works hard and I hope I don't get told off. That's how I work, right? But there are people out there that seem to go to work and I don't know, perhaps it's because they weren't that interested in the job. Perhaps it was because it was just a job to them. So they'll just, they don't mean to, but they just try and get away with getting through the day, And actually, sometimes those people do need a kick up the backside. I'm sure you've worked with these people. I wonder if that happens in wrestling. Maybe it does. So, I don't know. I think there's a lot that you can get your teeth into about like where we are with the current products. I think there's a lot of like concerns. But again, I'm not backstage, am I? I don't know what it's like back there. I'd love to know what it's like back there. I'd love to know what the atmosphere's like and what the feedback's like and what are people saying about behind the scenes. Do they think every show they put out is amazing and then they're just completely confused when they look at the reaction online and people have just consistently gone, or is it a case that they genuinely don't care about what the IWC say? I mean, we've heard, haven't we, Nick Khan say the IWC is just the minority. But then how can they tell if they're doing well? Do they just gauge from ticket sales? Because ticket sales, as we know, have struggled, but that's largely because of ticket prices. But you can't deem that to be a success. So how are you gauging that you're doing a good job? What numbers are you seeing that kind of say you are doing well? Because certainly the general consensus online is that you are definitely not. So, and that's from a lot of people that have been watching for a long time. I think all of this is really interesting. I wish I could give you more concrete answers, but really you'd have to be someone that works at the company to kind of know what's being said behind the scenes. But to me, this is where the real conversation is. This is why, like earlier when I was talking about how you look online and there's people like, I can't believe Triple H is trying to bury Alexa Bliss or something like this. It's like, he's not trying to bury Alexa Bliss. He's trying to just put her in a team with Charlotte and do something with them. He's not sat there going, how can I screw Alexa Bliss this week? How can I screw her over? But obviously, if your favorite wrestler is not champion, then, a lot of people look at it as their favorite wrestler being buried. So you get a lot of that sort of nonsense being said as well. I think the truth is quite interesting. I think like the reality of like how you've got to spin all these plates and juggle everything and the feedback you get and all. I think there's a lot of really interesting stuff going on. And this side of wrestling is what kind of keeps me engaged as well. These conversations. I mean, there might be some people out there that just sit there going, oh, it sucks. It all sucks at the moment. This sucks. That sucks. This was rubbish. That's rubbish. I find it so much more interesting to try and talk about why they've done what they've done, what they're trying to achieve, why things aren't working. Like really, really trying to get into stuff and understand it. I find that so interesting. And I suppose when times are bad, it gives you a lot to talk about as well. So again, just another reason why this is not like a chore for me at the moment. Like, even if things are bad, why are they bad? Trying to understand it. I get a lot out of that. It's interesting. I play the manager mode in 2K. The hardest part is making sure your roster is effective. The struggle is real, said Shining Wizard. That's interesting. I wonder if people play that and they get like a new appreciation for sort of like how difficult it can be. I've never really thought about that. I've never really thought about how like manager mode in the 2K game could give you a slightly different perspective. I wonder if that influenced me actually, because I played manager mode, GM mode into Raw versus SmackDown 2008, or SmackDown versus Raw 2008, and that had a manager mode, and it was a challenge as well. Trying to you'd give someone a promo segment, they wouldn't do very well, and your show score rating would go down. And do you know what I mean? Like it was quite good. I enjoyed it. I'm sure the 2K26 one is a lot more in depth, but yeah, that was the mode that I really enjoyed, and that was in 2008. So Yeah, I could give that a go, actually. Manager mode in 2K26. I know it wasn't in the games for a long time, but it's good they brought it back. GM mode is one of the best parts of the game, said AW Some Possum 92. Shout out to you. Jim said, I play 2-player in GM mode to get through it. Brony says, back-to-back MVP. If he wins another ring finals, he's the top 5 point guards. Brony watching the playoffs, maybe? Ronnie said, I think a clear indicator was Ricky Saints against Matt Cardona. The crowd was clearly more entertained by what was going on in the ring, not blaming Ricky or Cardona, or more entertained by what was going on outside the ring. Yes. I think that, I mean, that didn't have much build, did it? And I can understand that you've got Ricky now. You need to showcase him. Perhaps that was just not the right way to do it. Perhaps we needed to... I mean, all they did for that was they just said, hang on, I was fighting QB1 last week. Now I've got QB4. And that was it. I mean, that was the only build for that match. And to be honest with you, I mean, Matt Cardona is just not getting any reaction either. So, I mean, that, you know, if he was like a beloved babyface, then maybe that would have generated a bit more sort of reaction. But Matt Cardona has just been so flat, or the reaction to him has been so flat since he returned. And Ricky has only been around for a couple of weeks, and there was no build for that match whatsoever. It was crickets. I think that's a real shame. I think they could have done a lot more with that. So, what I will say, though, good that they got him on TV. At least he wasn't just sat in catering for the episode. So, you know, on paper, it's funny because on paper that looks like, okay, well, that'll be okay because that's Ricky. And we're trying to showcase Ricky. So that makes sense. We got Ricky against Matt. Okay. On paper, you could probably understand that looks okay. But actually, in reality, the crowd don't care. The crowd don't have a connection with Ricky. Some know him from NXT. But, I mean, he was in NXT for about a year. And you got to say, largely overshadowed by the likes of Trick and Oba. So... not getting crazy reactions, and Matt Cardona, as he said, has been quite flat. So I don't know if they didn't need to build that up much more over a few weeks and then get to the match. But yeah, I'd agree that was very, very flat. Rapture said, do we think there'll be some NXT call-ups after NXT? Maybe like Keith Lee? There could be. I mean, I don't think there will be, just because I think that we've just called up a lot. There's been a lot of call-ups. So to take even more from NXT, I feel like NXT's in a place where it's really trying to find its feet again after like being absolutely decimated. I mean, you've got people that can go up. I don't think anyone would be surprised if Tatum Paxley was called up. I could see her going up. Lola Vice could probably go up. Maybe Jada Parker, maybe, but she can stay in NXT a bit longer. I don't think you necessarily call up anyone on the men's side. We don't need it. They don't need it. You could maybe call up Hank and Tank if you wanted a tag team. They're probably about as good a tag team as we've got. But to be honest, NXT's been pretty decimated. So I wouldn't be anticipating any call-ups at this stage. I fast-forwarded Ricky, Matt Cardona. I fast-forwarded about 50% of SmackDown, said Adam. Matt is just a jobber now, said Beast Modes. Well, to be honest, he was a enhancement talent before. I mean, he actually went down to NXT near the end of his time to join up with Mojo Rawley, and they created a team called the Hype Bros. And, you know, he kind of went up to the main roster with Mojo. They weren't together all that long. I can't remember if we did the Kurt Hawkins thing after that or if it was before that. But most of his time was enhancement talent. You know, even as that rider, he was not like this major name. He had a really good spell, actually, when he was doing the Internet Championship. If you want to talk about someone, like we did earlier, trying to make the most out of their time, you know, he was doing YouTube videos, Long Island IC, and he was doing these fun little videos, and he had the Internet Championship, and he had the woo woo woo, and the sticking up hair. And, I mean, you could see that he was trying to make this work. I do feel sorry for him in that regard. But once we sort of moved past that phase, I didn't see that same sort of effort. I think what happened is he kind of started his figure podcast and he decided to do that. And then he decided to get into figures. And I think that started to take up a lot of his time. And so, you know, he wasn't really putting out the kind of fun content that he had been. Instead, it was more very figure orientated, which is fine. There's a demand for that. That's good content as well. But I think it did change things. And, you know, because he wasn't really getting any traction on the show, he ends up kind of losing his job. And then he goes to the Indies. And I think he had a pretty good time on the Indies. You know, I think he was doing so. He's got a fan base, and there are fans that appreciate him because they appreciate his hard work and they appreciate the fact that he is, you know, he made that effort and he did Long Island IC, and, you know, they remember him from WWE, and, you know, they appreciate the fact that he's got his own figure company and they probably collect figures as well. And he's got a fan base, but it's not huge. And it worked for him on the Indies, but it's not translated to the WWE fans, or at least not yet. And so it does feel like a challenge, doesn't it? I mean, it does feel like WWE are going to have to be the ones that do something in order to really get him over, unless he's going to start doing something himself, which he hasn't been. I mean, it's not like I see loads of stuff coming out from him online or anything other than the figure stuff, but that's only going to have limited appeal, the figure stuff. So I don't know what the future holds for him. I mean, I don't think Triple H cares about him. We heard and found out that Matt Gay got in touch with Nick Khan and actually said, I'm ready to come home. And it was Nick Khan, apparently, this is what was reported. It was Nick Khan that was like, okay, we'll try and work something out. And I think it was really driven by Nick Khan that actually brought him back. This was not a Triple H call. I don't think Triple H had loads of ideas lined up. It's kind of one of those where Triple H has now been given Matt Cardona, and now Triple H has got to figure out what to do with him. And I don't think there was any plans in place or anything like that. So I'll be shocked if they don't do something with him and Chelsea. I mean, that would seem like a no-brainer, wouldn't it? And that would seem like a great way of getting him over. I don't know why they don't put them two together. She's very popular and she can make him popular and they can do fun stuff together. I mean, imagine if some girl is flirting with Matt and Chelsea arrives. Can you imagine her being this jealous part? Imagine how much fun all that would be. But I don't know, we ain't done nothing like that yet, have we? I don't know if we're going to. There is probably a way forward, though. I wouldn't say he's completely no-hoper. I would just say that it's very obvious up to this point, the connection isn't there with the wider fan base, and WWE are going to have to do something if they want that connection. It's like with Raw, I'm excited before the show, said Aubrey Too Hottie, but before SmackDown, I'm just sad. Thank you, Roman, said Aubrey. Elias Jenny said Natty and Kevin are new this season on LFG. Yeah, the clips I've seen of LFG look quite good, actually. They look quite good. So I might have to see if I can find those episodes. I much prefer it this way rather than teams or whatever. Yeah, LFG looks like it's not a bad watch. Days, if we do get call-ups later in the summer, it'll be from the women. The NXT women's division has got crazy depth, but the main roster women's division doesn't. Or I don't know, because they have just called up the likes of Fatal Influence, So, I mean, there's 3 women that went up to the main roster. Obviously, you've got Lash Legend, who at the moment is in a tag team with Nia, but I doubt it'll be that way forever. I feel like we can do loads more with Kiana, loads more, obviously, with Julia as well. I think there are women that are around. Ruca, obviously, being called up as well. We need to really get going with her. Looks like her and Becky are going to be on a collision course. Obviously, Rio as the tag team are over, so Rio's champion. Iyo now is at a loss, so we got to find something for her. I mean, if Becky overcomes Ruca, do we do Iyo Becky? It's an option. Stephanie is out injured, but, you know, I don't think she's going to be out too long. She should be back. So then we'll have Stephanie back. Obviously, we have got Raquel, Roxanne. We're doing something with Roxanne and Liv. So we've got something there. I think there is depth. I think there are quite a few women that are around on the main roster. I certainly don't think there's any urgency to call any up, but I do think you are correct. If we're going to call anyone up after SummerSlam, it's going to be on the women's side. Kalani, Lola, Tatum. Tatum would feel quite well placed to come up. So, but I don't feel like there's a need at the moment. I feel like we've just done a fair few call-ups, and WWE's in a pretty good place. Just got to really get going with some of that talent, you know. And we might see that tonight, as we said, with Ruca and Becky on a collision course. Miss Dell Jr. said, do we feel tired of DQ after DQ after DQ for every match? I miss the days where it used to be action, action, action. I am very, very tired, and I'm sure many of you are as well, of the constant shenanigans. It's a difficult thing to complain about because we always have had shenanigans. So, you know, people will turn around and go, well, it's always been this way, and that is true. I don't know if it just feels like it's worse than ever right now, or if it's because the shows are struggling a bit, and so it stands out a bit more. You know, maybe before we were having great stories, great segments, and so the shenanigans didn't matter as much. But now, at the moment where we're not getting loads of great segments, and some of the top stories are just not really landing, you know, like Randy and Cody didn't. Or like when we had Jade as champion and people just didn't care about her as champion. So because like some of the stories have not been killing it, because some of the segments have not been there, perhaps it puts a bit more pressure on the matches. And then, I don't know, you just see so much outside interference that you just, yeah, I am tired of it. I just want to bang a man. It's not even hard. I feel like we make this hard when it shouldn't be. I mean, this is a company that has got some of the best wrestlers in the world. It's got loads of wrestlers. There are endless combinations of wrestlers that you can put together to create a great match. Like, creating a great match shouldn't be this difficult. I mean, just open the show with 2 people, come into the ring, 2 great wrestlers. I don't care who it is. You could have Johnny versus Elia, right? You could have Becky Ruca, whatever, right? But just put them in the ring. Javon, I mean, if Javon's one of the wrestlers, it's going to be a great match. Javon versus Dragon Lee, right? If that match went down in AAA, it would absolutely bang. If you did Javon Evans versus Dragon Lee in AAA, it's getting great 70 plus on a Saturday in AAA. It's going to be so much fun that we're going to be like, mate, they are just cooking, right? But on Raw, it is just so hard to get a great match. I don't know if it's because of the constant commercial interruptions. I don't know if it's because everything is just so formulaic now. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's like you have to do a suicide dive before the commercial break. That's just what we do. We do moonsault to the outside or a suicide dive so that we can just be hyped on the outside. It is so formulaic and predictable and just flat as a result. It's just, this is where we are. Like, this is where we are. It's just let them cook. I mean, let them cook. Yes, of course you need a producer, and of course you're going to have spots that are going to be put in, and of course you need to figure out where the cameras need to be for those spots. But why is it that you can take two wrestlers and they can put on a fantastic match in AAA on a Saturday, but then on Raw it's seemingly such a struggle? Some of the match scores this year have been atrocious. Some of the match scores, certainly on SmackDown, when we were not even getting into the good 90% range. You know, we couldn't even get into the good 90% range. Just head scratching, honestly. Really, I know people are blaming house shows, but I really, really do not think that is the sole answer. And I have to go back to Bayley versus Flammer. Bayley versus Flammer have not worked together. They don't know each other. I don't know if they'd even spoke to each other before the day they had the match. But Bayley, a few weeks ago, was on AAA, has a match with Flammer, and it is one of the best women's matches of the year. Because they just went out there and they just cooked. And they just had this great match. And I do think there is something to WWE that is preventing wrestlers from having great matches. I do think there is something there. I don't know if every match is just overproduced or what the issue is. It'd be very interesting to hear from the wrestlers. Be very interesting to know what they think about it, actually. So, yeah, all the outside interference, it really does stand out a lot more when you're struggling to find banging matches. When the matches you're getting are just not satisfying, then, yeah, it does. It becomes very frustrating. But, you know, the thing is that I feel like all these issues we're talking about, you can fix them. It's not easy. It's not easy. Everyone has got to be pulling in the same direction. And, you know, you need your creative team firing. You need your talent firing. You kind of need everything, you know, working together. But it can be fixed. This isn't a lost cause. This isn't like it's done, turn the lights off. We're not, absolutely not. Absolutely not. This could end up being a really good show. As we said, there's a bit of momentum around. There's a few green shoots around. There are some reasons to have some optimism. I don't know what we get here. I don't know if this is going to be good or not, but, well, we're about to find out together. I'm certainly keeping fingers crossed that it will be. Shakeem said, Daze, how are you? Anything new? No, but I was here, wasn't I, on Saturday? So, no, you lot all saw me on Saturday. So, no, nothing really new. I was just catching up with a few bits, getting a few things set up yesterday, and now here we are for Raw. So, I hope life's treating you well, Shakeem. Carl said, I think WWE need an NWO type group to disrupt. We need something that can unite the roster. What do you think? Yeah, a big story like that, something like that that's going to really, do you know what I mean, mix things up, shake things up. I think that was a little bit of the thought process for the vision. But again, like the idea, having the idea and then executing that idea are two separate things. You can come up with an idea like that, but then you've got to get all the producers, all the talent. You've got to get the creative teams to buy into it and share the same vision. Otherwise, the idea is going to fall flat, which I would say the vision last year did fall flat. I don't think we invested enough in the characters. I don't think we did enough backstage. I don't think we dug in enough, to be honest, to the vision. So the original idea could have been that. Let's get the vision. Let's shake things up. Could have been quite exciting, but the execution just wasn't there. David said WWE fans don't want NWO type DQ main events weekly. No, we don't want flipping. I agree. We don't want that. We don't want it to be a case where it's just constant outside interference. Give us some bangers, man. Give it the main event and the opening match, I think, should be, you know, bangers. It should be something that we get our teeth into. We have just got a video package right now for Backlash. And they're just showing all the... Oh, I didn't see that. So the fire extinguisher went off in Miz's face. And that person was just pouring water into the eyes of the Miz. Right, Midget said, Daze, I was listening to you about the Hall of Fame. I'm new kid in town to be making suggestions, but since it's your channel, how about the Hall of Days? I don't know what you mean, but do you mean like putting wrestlers in? There was an idea of like putting wrestlers in and we would vote for wrestlers and put wrestlers in, but to be honest, the reason why I never did it was because I didn't really want to be... It's going to be a popularity contest, so, you know, the first wrestler would probably be Stone Cold or Undertaker, and I feel like we would just do... If I put a wrestler in once a month, that means we're going to put in 24 wrestlers in 2 years. I feel like the first 2 years, it's just going to be Stone Cold, Undertaker, Rock, Roman, Cena, Becky, Hogan, maybe... Macho. It's going to be like the super obvious names. And I think if you put like, you could maybe put 2 in each month, right? But I'm way more interested in the talent underneath that. I'm way more interested in putting in, do you know what I mean? Like a Kofi Kingston. Or like someone that's less obvious, someone that's not been. So I was trying to figure out, how do you do that? How would you do that? Would you say anyone that's main evented WrestleMania is banned? Because that would eliminate Cena, and it would eliminate Stone Cold, and it would eliminate The Rock, and it would eliminate... Do you know what I mean? Anyone that's closed out WrestleMania. But we kind of floated that, and people weren't really feeling it. They, like... I don't know. So it just all stalled, and we didn't get anywhere. But I don't mind it as an idea, honestly. I don't. I think there is something to it. I think there is... There's Iyo. She's going to be taking on Sol Ruca tonight. So, yeah, it's something that could come back onto the agenda again, but... So, welcome, by the way. Shout out to Midget Menace. Rolling Menace. And I've dropped you a subscribe, my friends. So, appreciate it, buds. Yeah, we could get to it. We could do something to it. I think there is something to it. And then we could maybe have a talk about them, you know? Imagine, like, this month Doink goes in, or Kamala goes in, or, I don't know, flipping Big Boss Man goes in, or... Like, that level interests me a lot more than, like, right, we're putting Stone Cold in. Here's Roman. Roman arrives. Cheer for Roman. Here's Adam Pearce. It went too far with you. Where's my title? Roman says, where's my title? There it is. Jacob hasn't acknowledged me. Okay. Who brought Jacob in? Who cleared him? You did. Well, then I'll be the one that takes him out. Well, this is interesting. He goes into his locker room. Was that the Usos in the background? There was a couple of people in the background there, wasn't there? I don't know if that was the Usos. Okay, here's Bron. Looks like we might be going to a first match, actually. Looks like we might be going to the 6-man tag to open up the show. Have we had any commentators yet? Okay, Logan, Theory, Bron Breaker. Ah, there he is. There he is. There you are. Okay, so we had Roman Reigns arrive. He said he's going to be the one to take Jacob out. He said after Backlash that Jacob, his time in WWE is done. So that main event is going to be very interesting. Looks like we might be getting a few words being said. Vision in the ring with Paul Heyman. It's a 6-man tag that we've got coming up. Paul Heyman in the ring right now, looking around as there's a few boos. Theory pacing. It's all lowercase. Need to change that. Okay, David said, don't put 236 members of the NWO in a group. No WCW, says David. Certainly was a lot of members of the NWO. Guys, got an NWO shirt on, actually. Welcome to Monday Night Raw, says Heyman. Main event will go like this. Jacob won't acknowledge Roman and will lay him out for the 4th week so that Triple H feels happy and then the show ends. Good night, everyone. Hope you enjoyed our program. Sean, hello, said there better be a Danhausen and a Kanehausen segment tonight or I'm tapping out. Kanehausen. They could have Kane on the show, couldn't they? They're in Knoxville. Okay. Who's not ready now? Left there by Bron Breaker. So Heyman's saying that Bron Breaker was ready for Seth. Seth wasn't ready for Bron. Okay, so Heyman says there's never going to be a reason to mention Seth's name. They've removed him from their history. So now they're talking about Logan and Austin Theory. Okay, Theory's going to say a few words. Okay, he's talking about the Profits. And how the Profits need those belts. Because Bianca can't pay the bills anymore. I think he said that online as well already, hasn't he? I'm sure that's a line I've already heard. Okay, the Profits are interrupting, and that might have been for the best, to be honest. Here come the Street Profits. This match coming up. Okay, Robbie, shout out to you. Dow Jr. said this Saturday is Nate Diaz, blah, blah, blah. Will you do a watch long for this Saturday? Saturday night's main event is next weekend. Yeah, I've got it in mind to do it, but I'm not 100% yet. I'm not 100%. To be honest, I'm not that bothered by the event. Like, there's some good names that are on it, but there's no dream match or anything there that I care about. I certainly don't care about Ronda Rousey match. Feels a little bit like some like washed up talent just trying to get another payday. But it is true, there's not like anything else that's on. There's no wrestling that's on, but I've got to be honest, got to weigh up now. Do I want to watch that or do I want to watch AAA? Which is why I'm kind of like, I don't know. If I'm not like blown away by that MMA show, then is it better to just watch AAA? Which you know is going to be a fun show. Okay, Montez has come down. Street Profits have come down. You always think it's about you, says Montez. It's kind of crazy, isn't it? How the Street Profits are still sort of in the same place they were years ago. We want the smoke. I feel like the only thing that's changed is we don't rain down the red cups anymore. Everyone knows Street Profits are a legendary tag team. But they're also old news. The only notable thing you've done in the past 6 months is organize a baby shower. I wonder if this will be a match at Saturday night's main event. Is that's why it's getting such a big showcase? So we're doing the tag titles at Saturday night's main event. Okay, here's Joe with his song. Michael Cole's joining him. There is a sign in the crowd that says "Fire Logan Paul." Raw is in my home state. I was born at UT Hospital in Knoxville, said Wrestling Fan Brax. Wrestling Fan Brax, shout out to you. Time traveling. Hobgoblin said, can we fire TKO? Joe has got the crowds. Love it, said Blake. Robbie said the pride of Scotland. £250 of pure motivation. We admire Logan Paul, said Doug Dilly. I'm digging the song, said Josh. A man said, this is sad. This is horrible, said Pushing Up Daisies. Well, I believe we're at commercial break. So, bit of a weird open, isn't it? There wasn't really much there to get your teeth into. I feel like we might be giving Street Profits and Vision quite a bit of time because we've got a Saturday night's main event to get to and we don't have any matches announced for it. So I won't be shocked if we do tag title defense on that show. Fans are chanting Logan sucks. That was a great segment, said Carlos. Who's writing this, said Jam. 6-man tag is underway. So, I'm thinking you lot have gone commercial break. Yeah. Says we're back in 1 minute 20. So, match has started. Theory is in there with Montez. And shoulder tackle. I've been hearing Nice going to show up saying that he's buying back. Vince is going to show up and buy back wrestling. Is there any truth to that? No. He couldn't. He doesn't have enough money. He didn't own 100% of WWE when he sold it because he's been selling off shares over years. So he didn't have 100% of WWE to sell. He had the majority, 50-something%. But that means even when it got sold, he didn't get all the money that it sold for. And it's WWE is worth more now. TKO are going to want to make money if they sold it. So if they sold it, they would want more than they paid. Vince just doesn't have the money. He just couldn't buy it. He would have to go to the Saudis and get the Saudis to chip him. And to be honest, the Saudis... they've got so much problems, haven't they? I mean, they're not now investing in that live golf. That's been cancelled. Obviously, with what's going on in the Middle East, there's a whole disruption. Like, they're not selling the amount of oil that they were selling because of the whole Strait of Hormuz thing. So, there's just no way. Back elbow there by Dawkins. I don't even know that they're interested. I don't even know that he's approached them or anything like that. It's literally just fan speculation. Okay, right now we are back from commercial break. Dawkins is in there with Theory. Shot to the midsection there by Logan. Knee to the midsection there by Logan. People online saying it's already used that line about Bianca. I agree. Right now we got Logan against the ropes in there with Dawkins. Montez, drop kick. Down goes Logan. I wonder if one of the Street Profits will end up pinning one of the Vision. Oh, look at Bron. Bang, clothesline. That is so impressive when he does that. So impressive. When he picks up that speed, it's like my favourite thing that Bron Breakker does. Right now, Bron Breakker in there with Montez looking for a suplex. Suplex. One, just a one, and he picks him up. Over in the corner goes Montez. Bron Breakker just having a word. On the screen, it's got a little advert for Clash in Italy, which is kind of interesting that it's not promoting Saturday night's main event. That is the next show. That is definitely the next show, isn't it? Because it doesn't even feel like it's happening. Like, no one's focused on it or talking about it. Logan sucks is the chant. Daze, how far are you from Italy? I've never been. How far am I from Italy? Well, I can't imagine I'm that much further away than you, to be honest, Andy. I live quite close to... Well, I live Telford, Market Drayton, so I don't live too far away from the border with Wales. I'm kind of pretty middle over towards Wales. That's where I am. And... I have been to Italy before. I went to Florence. It was beautiful. Such a great place to go. I don't think I took advantage of it, to be honest. I think I should have really planned it better in advance, you know. Logan tries to collide into Montez. I recommend it. You could have a great weekend there. Joe Hendry's in. I think this is the first time he's been in. Against the rope, stuck underneath Logan, over the other side. Joe catches him. Fall away slam. Kip up. He's going to spin around. Fans are into it as his theory. Oh, down goes Joe. Shots coming in there by Theory. Theory unloading on Joe. Going to the outside. Logan coming over. Shots coming in there by Logan. I prefer Elias over Hendry for music segment, said Metal Mama. No diss to Hendry, just not quite my cup of tea. Hello, Metal Mama. Hope you're doing well. The Rib said it's like a 3-hour flight from the UK to Italy. Jared, hello. Daze, can we fire Wrestling Daze? There's a lot of people that would join in with that, to be honest. They can try. They can try. There's no getting rid of me. Uppercut. Bron Breakker was like, do it again. Joe Hendry with an uppercut. Bron Breakker was like, do it again. Street Profits, Bianca, Logan, apparently all trending at the moment. Joe in there with Bron Breakker. Big boot there by Joe. Daze, what if my mom is wrestling tonight, said Wrestling Fan Brax. I've heard your mom is, to be honest. I've heard she wrestles most nights. Down at the docks with the sailors. Christopher said, Daze, Bron's moves are so boring. It's the same thing, just him running fast. Who cares? Bron thinks he's better than everyone when Bron isn't main event ready yet. There's work to be done. Fast Bron spear, I'm over. The only thing I would say is John Cena has the AA, the 5-knuckle shuffle. Randy Orton has got the draping DDT and the RKO. Like, everyone's got their signature moves. And, you know, Bronze is like hitting the ropes really quick. It looks really impressive. And I don't think it's really a move you should look at as like, oh, I'm bored of it now, because it's kind of like, do you know what I mean? In Street Fighter, you've got the Hadouken and whatnot. Like, you've just got signature moves for people that they go back to, and they are always going to. Undertaker always used the choke slam, old school, tombstone. You know, I think it's a good move. It's not a move that I'm like tired of or whatever. Like, and it looks good. I'm not in disagreement with you, though. I think there's still lots of work to be done with Bron Breakker. We're nowhere near the finished article. Nowhere near it. But, yeah, I wouldn't throw everything out. I wouldn't be like, oh, it all sucks. I do like it when he's hitting the ropes quick. I think it looks quite impressive. We got Logan Sucks chants that are breaking out. Jono said, basically, we do have Saturday night main event, and then a week later it is Clash in Italy. Do we think that they could have done Saturday night's main event another time? Well, I think they could have done it another time, but I don't think it would have been drastically different. I don't think they wanted to do it before WrestleMania because they didn't want to have to build for that and have it get in the way. So I think they were like, let's do it after Mania. But the problem you've got is that Backlash is very quick after Mania. And then obviously Clash in Italy. Whether they could have got away with doing it in June instead of May, maybe. They are committed to doing 4 a year. They've already done 1 in January. I think the next one is May. I think there might already be one lined up for like July or August or something. And then the other one is obviously like September, November. Oh no, I think that one's December, is it not? Because that's when we did John Cena's thing. I don't know. I mean, a lot of it is going to come down to... is it NBC? Whoever they've got that agreement with, you know? Because they're the ones... It used to have to get fitted into their schedule. But it doesn't even get shown on TV now. I think, is it not on Peacock? I don't know. There's a lot of contract stuff in there, isn't there? Historically, it was shown on TV. I want to say NBC. And as a result, it would depend on when they wanted it and when, you know, it would best fit the schedule. But I don't see why that has to be a thing now, because I don't think it gets shown on TV. I think it's shown on Peacock in America. You have to let me know. Am I right? Am I wrong? Obviously, it's difficult for me because I'm not in America. So to me, like, a lot of this stuff is just Netflix or YouTube. I think this one will be YouTube. John Cena's Saturday night's main event tends to be YouTube for us over here. Bang. I love when Austin was Johnny's son in the way. It was wonderful. Seth's disciple was decent too, but he's boring and he's bad on the mic now, said let him in. Yeah, I think the presentation's completely wrong. I think that Theory is I think he's someone you can sort of feel sorry for. I think he's a bit goofy. I think he's a bit, I don't want to say immature, but I'm just struggling to buy him being this badass. To me, he's just like this guy that likes to go out, have drinks, and I think because I saw him in the way, that's the impression I have got of him, you know? I'm just not really buying this version of him, this presentation of him, but perhaps it'll grow on me the more we see it. Here's Bron on the outside. Clothesline by Seth. Clothesline by Seth on the outsides. Roll up. 1, 2, 3. So Dawkins pins. Right, okay. Dawkins pins Theory. That surely is going to result in us getting a match for the tag title. Street Profits securing the win. But it is thanks to Seth. Seth comes over, grabs Dawkins and helps him up. Bron Breaker was trying to charge over at Seth. Seth moved out the way. Super kick. Dawkins just at a spear there. Okay, so the fans are singing Seth's song. Seth pushing at Montez. Montez asking, why is Dawkins down? I mean, they're still not on the same page. Yeah, that wasn't like Seth's fault, but there we go. Get your thoughts in. What did you think about that opening match? Bruto, Julio. Okay, here's Dominic and Liv. Sounds a bit weird, doesn't it? This is serious lucha business, says Chance. Okay, we got OG. AAA Mega Championship being defended. Dominic against OG Americano could be good. Here's Los Garza. Well, to be honest, they deserve an opportunity. Yeah, they haven't done anything. They deserve some sort of opportunity. Penta coming down. Again, there was a couple of people in the background, but I couldn't see who it was, though. It might have been no one. I'm actually going to have a look whilst Penta does his entrance. Who was in the backgrounds? There was a guy and a woman. The woman looks a little bit like Roxanne. The guy doesn't look like anyone, actually. Just looks like someone working backstage. I don't think it was anything. They're not doing anything. The guy just looks like someone that works backstage. The girl, I could believe, is Roxanne, maybe. But no, I don't think it was anything. I just saw a couple of people in the background, and I'm just so programmed now to kind of question everything that it was worth looking at. Doesn't the second El Grande still get a title shot for winning the Rey de Reyes, said Stone. It's a good question. I would believe so, yes. I mean, we certainly have not done anything. We've certainly not done a match. Okay, Penta making his way down to the ring. You can get your score in for that opening segment. I don't think it's going to blow anyone away. That opening match. Penta getting his... entrance. We've got lasers, we've got smoke, we've got everything going on. The Intercontinental Champ is here. We're at commercial break. I didn't realise. It's just Penta's entrance. Shining Wizard said Creeds should be challenging for tag belts. Gable should be in the Intercontinental scene. Well, I wonder if Creeds will find their way to a tag title opportunity. I'm not sure. They could do. I don't know. I mean, at least we're doing something with the tag titles. We're definitely building towards Vision, Logan, and Theory against Street Profits. Perhaps we're just going to do that. Then maybe the Creeds could move in. Looks like Los Garza are sort of sniffing around as well. So there's a few things that are happening at the moment. Okay, they're just talking about Zuffa boxing. Doesn't Iyo Soul feel a bit random, says QPR Ryan. Well, it does feel a bit random. It's come out of nowhere, but the match itself could be a banger. Could actually be quite fun. So not down on it as long as the match delivers. Do you know what I mean? Just like, we could even get a little words of them backstage. I hear I'm facing you tonight. Oh, it's going to be such an honor. Yeah, I mean, I just want to go out there and just have a lot of fun. So, you know, let's try and steal the show. If they did a little backstage thing like that and then they went out there and just put on an absolute banger, I think people would be like, great, yeah, fine. Might not have had much of a build. There might not have been much of a reason for it, but you know what? I'll take it right now. I'll take it. Okay, we are 36 minutes into the show. Penta has made his way down to the ring. Zingbot said, anyone agrees that all the writers need to be fired. Triple H, he can go down the road with them. Flamefist said, there's a UFC ad during an ad break. That's funny. Zaya said they're doing it for a fun match and Becky is going to interrupt. You know, good point. Good point. We've had Seth interrupt in the opening match. So, yes, absolutely. Who's going to interrupt in that match? Someone's going to interrupt in every match. But you're right. After what went down last week, Becky is almost certainly going to get involved. Would be nice if she got involved after and we could just have the match first. But you're right, this is WWE. We don't know how to do that. Blake said, do we ever get taught on how to say the names of the cities before saying them because they always say it wrong? If you're going to do a promo and you're going to mention the place, you'd imagine that they would have that conversation. Here's Ethan. Ethan Page is making his way down. Get your scores in because I want to end this poll soon. Hey, listen, I'm here for Ethan Page versus Penta. I do think there's a good chance that Rusev is going to make his presence felt. He's good. He's a good talker as well, Ethan. Ethan grabbing the microphone. Okay. Painted your chin. Ooh, booze for Canada? I hail from the greatest country on earth, Canada. Boo. To be honest, I mean, the way he built that up, he was looking for that reaction. Listen, Ethan. I'm not afraid to defend my title. Let's fight right now, says Penta. Saturday night's main event. We need matches. Pump the brakes. Saturday night's main event, says Ethan. Ethan, really good on the mic. Really good. He was talking about how that's the Intercontinental Championship. How every megastar has had it, and you're looking at the next megastar. Here's Rusev. Is he going to want in this match? Bulgarian brute on his ring gear. Paige, I'm talking to you. You amuse me. Okay, Ethan's like, no, I agree. Here's Javon. So he's making out that Javon... Yeah, I don't think Javon did say any of that. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ethan. Okay, Paige push it. I think this has fallen a little bit flat. I think there's some decent stuff in here, though. I think Ethan on the mic is great. Javon kind of coming out, bringing a bit of fun with his whoa, whoa, whoa thing. Rusev just doesn't do anything for me. Doesn't seem to do anything for the crowd either. Oh, hello, they go into the... Javon and Penta go into the walk. And, yeah, that's that. Let's go, Rusev said Lone Star Friend. Lone Star Friend, a fan. Okay, here's Adam Pearce. Rusev has gone over to Adam Pearce. Rusev versus Javon has been made. Oh, he catches Rusev early. Referee's telling him, though, the match hasn't begun yet. Okay, referee just checking on Rusev. Javon caught him early. Rusev is in the corner. Bella sounded. Could you imagine if this match ends? 1, 2, kick out by Rusev. Imagine if this match ends whilst you lot are at commercial break. It might be picture in picture, I'm not sure. But it is the young OG. Javon versus Rusev. Okay, let's get rid of... Rusev's already walking away. Okay, opening match you lot said was good 89. Good 89. Chop coming in there by Javon. This match could be okay. Rusev versus Javon could be pretty fun. Javon going into the ring steps. 46 minutes into this show, though, I think we can say it is heading in the direction that we feared. And that is that there's just not really much here to kind of say is, like, essential. Daze, we went to commercial before the match was announced, and it's not even in picture, said Metal Mama. Well, when you come back, it'll be Javon versus Rusev. The bell has sounded. There's already been a few pin attempts. And Rusev is in control. Javon is down in the corner. The fans are booing. And we should be going back now. Blake said I'm here for the Oba match. Yeah, that'll be coming up. The Open Challenge coming up tonight. Ryan said the whole show's feeling a bit off. I'm not sure why. Help me out. I think the reason it feels a bit off is because you didn't really get like a big opener to really, like, do you know what I mean, make an impression. It doesn't really feel like the show has started. I mean, we did get Roman, but that was just like him pulling up backstage and a few words with Adam Pearce. I mean, opening with the Vision, where they really didn't have much to say. You know? Just Seth wasn't ready for Bron. And then we gave the microphone to Theory, and, you know, it's basically Theory and Logan saying a few words. And then from there, we bring out the Street Profits. We go to that first match. That first match you lot said was good 89. We kind of follow that up with a bit of a, you know, Ethan on the mic is good. And setting up a match for Saturday night's main event, I'm certainly not down with. But, like, Rusev coming out, Rusev just looks a bit bored. I mean, he wasn't really coming out with much passion on the microphone or anything. It was more just like, Ethan, no. I like you. I find you amusing. But, do you know what I mean? Like, the crowd were not really into it. It was just a bit flat. So, I mean, we're 40-odd minutes in. I mean, this is good. Rusev jumping around. This is good. There's some passion. Rusev jumping around, screaming out. So I think up to this point, a lot of it just feels like show hasn't really got started. Rusev suplex. Hopefully that'll be good, though. Chad against Dominic. AAA Mega Championship. Hopefully that match delivers. Hopefully the Oba Open Challenge is going to be somewhat good. Iyo against Sol Ruca. Certainly on paper looks like it should be a good match. We know what Javon can do as well. So Javon Rusev could be something here. So I would say up to this point, it's felt sluggish. It's not set the world on fire. But there's some good stuff that should be coming up. David said, only focus on Roman. Just treat the rest as filler. Yeah, we got that Roman segment coming up. That's going to be, main event, I believe. Right now we got Javon and Rusev. They're battling away in the corner. David said Paul bought that suit at Walmart. It's horrible. What? Heyman? I didn't notice. Here we go, going up. Lovely work there by Javon. Springboarding off the top. Rusev is back up, though. Javon, forearm, and again. Throwing in some forearms. He's going off that top rope. Takes. Drop kick. Oof. He just got a little caught there, didn't he, Rusev? Like, seemed to get driven. Javon going over against the ropes. Suicide dive gets caught, though, by Rusev. I think there was a little bit of snot that might have come out there. Rusev has got Javon. Slams him onto the table. He's just a kid, said Rusev. He's just a boy. He's just a boy. Daze, it's not even them treating the other stuff like filler outside of Roman. It's that they aren't as good on the mic or in ring as he is, or as engaging like Rusev said let him in. Cadet says Iyo versus Sol should be good, but we all know it'll end in DQ by Becky. Saturday night's main event match ends in Shenanigans, leading to a fatal four-way at Clash, with All Ego winning, said Robbie. Michael said, I'm curious to see how long it'll take for them to give Oba a title shot. I can't see anything this side of... Forearm shots coming in. I can't see anything this side of SummerSlam. Javon pounding away on Rusev as we're at commercial break. Javon getting back into the ring. Kick coming in there by Rusev. Roman is none of those. He says the same shiz every time on the mic. He cheats. He's boring. No thanks, says Dean. Oba's not ready for that yet, says Maggie. Corey said, for those of you who don't know, Raw in the US is a commercial show with some wrestling sprinkled in. Do you know, it's not as bad actually on Netflix. I mean, you lot go to commercial, but we stay with the action. I mean, the action's not great though. Normally when we're at commercial break, it sort of slows down, you know? So, I mean, it's not brilliant, but... hopefully there won't be too much disruption tonight. It would be awful if this wrestling interrupted the commercials. Right now, Rusev grabbing Javon. Headlock being applied here by Rusev. Rusev yelling out, "It's just the kids." Michael said it really is. We get like 10 minutes of wrestling to every 30 minutes of commercials. It's just a joke. It's really annoying, actually, because, you know, they could do commercials after matches. I mean, the only reason they do it during matches is so that people come back to see how the match ends. So if you are a viewer, someone that enjoys wrestling, someone that's watching anyway, you're being punished. You're being punished. You just want to watch a great match, but they put the commercials in during matches so that it's a way of bringing people back. It's for casual fans to try and keep them around. But if you're a WWE fan that loves wrestling, you suffer, you pay the price. Clothesline there by Javon. But I can tell you, you don't really miss much. The matches really do sort of die. They go quite slow during commercial breaks. "You've got nothing, kid," yells Rusev as Javon goes into the corner. Rusev charges over. Shot there by Javon. Javon with a clothesline. Rusev goes down. Crowd are getting fired up. Javon goes over to the corner. Kick coming in there by Javon. Big right hand there by Javon. Rusev goes into the turnbuckle. Big boot by Javon. Javon to the outside. Rusev, middle of the ring. Javon, springboards. Lovely. Here we go. Now we're doing some cooking. 2. Kick out by Rusev. Rusev looks right into the camera. Pained facial expression. Honestly, no one wants to watch mid-matches. And if you get a life, says Retro. It's true. We want to be entertained. We want to be watching good stuff. Shot coming in. Rusev in control. Against the ropes goes Javon. Kick coming in there by Javon. Javon goes up. Thought he was going for the OG cutter, but he gets caught. Uranagi. Rusev backs over. Big kick. Mashka kick. Down goes Javon. Is that going to be it? 1, 2. Kick out by Javon. I sort of feel like that should have done it, you know. He's just saying he's a child. I kind of feel like if Rusev hits that Mashka kick on Javon, it's okay for Javon to lose. Rusev, Javon against the ropes. Lovely kick there by Javon. They've given this match time, haven't they? I didn't think this was going to get the amount of time that it's got. Javon goes over the top, lands on Rusev. Javon grabbing Rusev, looking to throw him in the ring. Javon gets in. Javon going over, looking for the OG cutter, goes up and gets it. He's looking for the pin. 1, 2, 3. Javon gets it. Javon picks up the win over Rusev. OG cutter looked good. It always looks good. Match was okay. I think it was right that it was a battle. I don't know about Javon kicking out of a Mashka kick. Tennessee Volunteers Days. I feel like Penta having a manager could do wonders. Oh, you want Estrada to be in, Beans? Okay, we're looking at the AAA Mega Championship. Here we go. A little bit of promotion for AAA. Did they say only 14 people had been champion? That's interesting. We got a clean finish, by the way, worth mentioning. It is kind of crazy, isn't it, how we don't... Why was this not, like, built last week? It's a backstage segment, and now it's a title match, and like, now we're having to promote it on this show. There's Iyo. This could be interesting. Who said that? It's Asuka! Asuka's here! Okay, this is going to be fascinating. She was looking for someone to take over her position. I'm so glad it's you. Wow. Goodbye, Asuka. See you later, says Asuka. Asuka leaves. She's got a case, she's got a bag, she walks out the door. Asuka just said, I waited for someone to take my position and I'm so glad it was you. Okay, Michael Cole said they're going to tell us a bit more later about the Asuka situation. It has been reported that she's going away for a while. I think it might have been Fightful Selects that I saw reporting that. So, wow, a lot to digest there. Especially that bit where she said, I've been waiting for someone to take over my position. I'm so pleased it was you, to Iyo. Okay, that feels like the most important thing I saw so far. And the most interesting thing I've seen so far. Guys, and now we've got Brie, and we had Brie's music, which, as we all know, is the best music in WWE history. Brie, it's actually my ringtone. I'm going to make that my ringtone. It's going to be my ringtone. It's happened. I saw it, and I still don't believe it. I don't think she's gone. Fightful reported that she's going away for a bit, and obviously there's been talk about there being maybe an issue in Japan she's got to go and deal with. So Michael Cole said he's going to update us with the Asuka situation later. And there's been talk as well, hasn't there, about how Asuka now moves to like a semi-retired sort of situation. Wow. Paige and Brie then in the ring. The Paige return seems flat. It was good at the time, but then nothing, said Radiated Zombie. Well, the only problem with is that, I mean, because of her injuries and everything, I don't know where she is with ring rust and whatnot. If she was doing singles matches, it might really show. I think actually tag division is not bad for her. As a way of like having a wrestle, but also being a bit protected, a bit less exposed. Okay, Paige in the ring. Then we're going to be hearing from Paige and Brie. It never matters when they retire. They all come back, said Shining Wizards. Okay, we got we got these two in the ring then. I really like that Asuka segment. I really feel like I just saw something that was worth watching. Okay, they're just showing a replay of WrestleMania. If they had booked Asuka better, they could have built her as the final boss of the division. Like, bro, I would have loved that, Mr. Unfamiliar. I think Asuka would have deserved that as well. I mean, she was such a fantastic talent. I mean, we had Iyo, we had Kyrie, we had a lot of pieces where we really could have done something like that, and we just let it go, didn't we? We just didn't do it. Okay, they're just showing a replay of WrestleMania and how those belts changed hands. Okay, we're going to end the poll for the Javon match. You lot said, I didn't even see, what did you say? It said it was goods. Good 90. Good 90, wow. You weren't really blown away. Good 90 is what you've gone with. Okay, good 90 is where we are with that last match. Good 89, the match before. So we really do need a match to deliver here. I feel bad for Asuka. They never booked her quite right, says Matt. And if memory serves me correctly, wasn't Asuka gone from over a while back? Yeah, she did have time to wait. She came back, didn't she, with that sort of Kana face paint, and everyone got so excited at Royal Rumble because she took the mask off and it was like Kana rather than like the line. People wanted like that darker Kana type character. I think we definitely did get that. And actually, do you know what? It was the line when she was hugging her on the face. Do you know, I saw a picture actually of Asuka from NXT and the aura is insane. The aura looks so good. I think we did make mistakes, definitely, and we could have done a lot more with Asuka. I hope whatever we do going forward with her, because I don't think this is it for her. I don't think that was it. I don't think that was her leaving forever. I hope whatever we do going forward, we just, you know, we turn her into that sort of final boss type character. That would be great. I doubt we will, though. Don't you remember meeting me as a little girl, said Roxanne. How dare you set the bar so low for me? I think you're confusing me with Liv Morgan. What did she say? The judgment stain. I know someone that's more disappointed in you than I am, your mom. A your mom joke. I'm here for that, actually. I'm here for that. A your mom joke. Oof. Oof. We're all just waiting for your next big scandal to hit. Paige with a forearm. So we got Raquel and Roxanne battling away with Paige and Brie. Crowd on. Let's Liv. Code breaker by Liv. Numbers. Are we going to bring Nikki down? When's Nikki ready to return? It does definitely feel like Nikki should be getting involved here as Roxanne goes against the ropes. Drives a knee to the back of the head there of Brie. Roxanne. Oh. Roxanne looking pretty good here, actually. Okay, Judgment Day holding up all the gold that they've got. Well, Liv's got her belt. Roxanne and Raquel making it very clear they want those women's tag belts. Okay, here's Roman. Here's Roman. Here's the Usos. Oh. You went to war. You won. Everyone's trying to bail Jacob out, so we do have Jay actually trying to speak to Jacob. There's got to be order. This is good. This is what we need. This is what we want. Roman saying there's got to be consequences. We've got to be men of our words. Jimmy gets it. If he doesn't acknowledge me, he's out of here. Okay, well, Jimmy's now going to find Jay. Jay didn't just hear Roman say that, so Jay might still not be totally convinced. Good, that was good. Triple H is turning me into a Roman hater, and I can't believe that was possible, said Brony. Some people aren't going to acknowledge Roman, and that's what it is. Well, I don't expect Jacob to acknowledge him, but the question is, when he doesn't, what happens then? What happens then? Okay, we're just hearing from Dominic, so they're really building up this AAA match, aren't they? Really building it up. I like Jacob, so I hope he never acknowledges Roman. That would kill his aura. Yeah, I don't think he's going to be acknowledging Roman unless he does it reluctantly and ends up joining the Bloodline, but it just doesn't sit right and then rebels and breaks out. But listen, he made it very clear after the match at Backlash that he's not like a beaten man. I mean, there's just no way he's acknowledging Roman tonight. The only way that would happen is if they beat him down, numbers game, and then just forced his hand up whilst he was unconscious. Okay, here's Iyo. Okay, look, Iyo against Sol Ruca. Come on, this could be great. I know that we're all struggling with this episode a little bit, right? First match, good 89. Second match, good 90. Open was flat. Don't know how people felt about the Rusev, Javon, Penta segment with Ethan. Ethan was good. But the Asuka bit was good. I like that backstage segment with Roman. I thought there was some little bit of meat on the bone with that. And now we've got Iyo coming down. She's going to be taking on Sol Ruca. Sol Ruca versus Iyo. Yeah. Let's take you back to Saturday. Okay, we should get an update in regards to Asuka here. Okay. Iyo can now move on, says Michael. Next test is going to be the newcomer. The thing with Roman Bloodline is that they're trying to build something where they think the fans are going to be interested, see what's next, but everyone knows Jacob ain't acknowledging. Yeah, but is it not interesting to know... Okay, we know he's not acknowledging, but isn't it interesting to know that... question what happens then? He ain't going to acknowledge a standing up for Jacob in that moment. I'm quite interested to see where it goes. I agree. Jacob ain't acknowledging. So what happens? Here's Sol Ruca. NXT Origins. Still the real one. Daze, AEW is the only show I watch each week. If I was to start watching another, what would you recommend? I don't know, because I don't really watch loads. I mean, what I can say is that AAA has been a lot of fun on a Saturday. A lot of fun. So you could bring that in. It's only an hour on a Saturday. But I don't know. I mean, New Japan might be doing some good stuff. CMLL might be doing some good stuff. Ring of Honor could be doing some good stuff. NXT, I think, is a bit of a mixed bag this year. It wasn't long ago that was like unmissable, but it's going through a bit of a refresh right now because it's just lost a lot of people. So NXT is quite interesting. I think there's some good talent there. I'm very much looking forward to see what they do with it, but yeah, I don't think that's necessarily found its feet at the moment. So I think the one that I'd be most happy to kind of recommend would be AAA. Every time we tune into that, people just really enjoy it. It gets great reviews and everything. So that's the one I think worth recommending. Whether it's going to scratch much of an itch, though, I'm not sure, because it only runs for an hour on a Saturday, but sometimes that's enough. Here's Sol Ruca. She's making her way down. Full Clip said, I don't think the program with Jacob Roman would be this good. I thought it would be one match and over, but it's actually pretty good, said Full Clips. David said, Jacob acknowledges Roman tonight, cuts a promo and says, because of high gas prices, he's had to use some brakes now. Holds up his finger to acknowledge Roman. Nice. It's true, with the conflict going on, perhaps he can't afford to be all gas. Okay, we're just seeing last week with Becky and Sol. We had that unfortunate slip last week, didn't we? We get the edited version of it, obviously. Okay, Bella sounded. Sol Ruca, Iyo. Please be good. Please be good. Sol Ruca has only been wrestling for 4 years. Okay, Iyo, round the back of Sol. Sol going round the back of Iyo, picking her up. Taking her down. Iyo trying to get up, working on the arm. This could be the night that Iyo is right for the picking. Here we go. So the update is you don't know. That's the update. Michael Cole's like, we know her future is up in the air. Anything more than that, we don't know. Well, thanks. Brilliant. That's a brilliant. I'm so much clearer now than I was before you gave me that information. Brilliant. Well done, everyone. Every time WWE teases some sort of an announcement, it doesn't seem like they've got it fully formed. John Cena announced his thing and then online was like, listen, it might suck. This might be a terrible idea. I don't know. And then Michael Cole's like, we're going to have an update for you in a bit. The update is, we don't know what's happening. We haven't got a flipping clue. She appeared to walk out the door. If we do find anything else out, we'll let you know. Oh, well, brilliant. Iyo Drop kick to Soul. Soul going down. Looked nice, actually, that drop kick. Looked nice. Daze, who do we think is Roman's next feud after Jacob? Will the next feud be at SummerSlam? I would think so. Seth would feel like an option. I mean, it was rumoured to be Gunther, but it seems like we've gone a different direction with Gunther going after Cody. Obviously, was it last week before, we had Seth and Roman crossing paths, and Seth said, "You're in my way." Might have just been a little moment, but I think people would be down for that. Roman versus Seth. Sol Ruca goes to the outside. Iyo on the edge of the ring. Iyo takes Sol Ruca over. So Iyo on the outside with Sol. Iyo grabbing Sol. Chucking her in the ring. Sol with a kick. We got some Iyo chants. Sol looking to... Whoa! I just thought that was going to be a moonsault. Corkscrews onto Iyo. Look at that. I just thought that was going to be a simple crossbody, a simple sort of moonsault. Instead, she's like... There we go. And that takes us to commercial break. Corey said the reason the crowds are so quiet these days, they spend so much on tickets, they can't afford beer during the events. They simply can't afford to cheer anymore. They haven't got the money to cheer. She's never looked out of her element. Okay, we've got a surfboard stretch on Iyo. Sol Ruca stretching Iyo. You can hear Iyo definitely feeling it. She gets slammed down. All right, Michael said, I find it amazing how two of our superstars have only been in wrestling for 4 years. Sol Ruca and Oba Femi. Sol Ruca down, she is in trouble. It is amazing, actually, if you think about how incredible it is, the amount of training and work that goes in. The fact that we were able to take these two raw talents and get them to this level, that is impressive. Okay. Do we like the reason the crowds... Do we feel like the reason the crowd's quieter is because it's full of people who have been many times and are just bored of the same stuff and they judge every little thing like a job interview, said Deacon. I don't believe that, no. Because if that was true, then that would have been a problem historically as well. You know, WWE... If you're so into WWE that you're going to buy a ticket and go to the show when it's in your area, that would say to me that you're really into the product and you really enjoy the product to the point where you're willing to part money, right? I just genuinely think that some of the creative at the moment is just not that captivating. I think in regards to this, for example, like, people love Iyo and she's had a nice reaction. People are still learning about Soul. So, and this match has been okay, but I mean, if we're going to be honest, this, you know, there's been some nice moves, nice moments, but it's not like edge of the seat, oh my God, mind-blowing stuff, is it? It's just like a nice little contest at the moment. It might start heating up now and it might bring the crowd in and then I'm sure you'll hear them start to make noise, but I don't know, man. I mean, honestly, when we've got matches getting good 89 and good 90 as scores, I don't think we can be shocked that the crowd aren't like losing their minds. Lovely Spanish fly, that was good. Spanish fly by Iyo, 2, shoulder up. There is another theory as well that as the ticket prices have gone up, you know, it's only the more rich people that can afford to go, the richer people, and maybe they're not as vocal. But I don't know if there's any truth to that. There's certainly no evidence for that. We do have a slight "this is awesome" chant that's broken out after that Spanish fly. Match is fine. I'd say it's my favourite match so far of the night. Forearm shots being exchanged back and forth. Another forearm there. Daze Soul has got the X factor that you just can't teach. Oh, back elbow. Andy, I hope you're doing well, buds. Here's Iyo going for a kick. Soul knocks Iyo against the ropes. She's got her on the shoulders. And... ooh, 1, 2... kick out. Blimey now. I don't even know if Iyo knew what she was going for there. Because she had her on her shoulders and instead she... oh. Yeah, I'm not sure that quite went to plan, but it's it didn't look too bad. Bang, missile drop kick. Lovely work there by Iyo. Missile drop kick into the emotes. Soul is in the corner. Iyo charges over, double knees. Soul coming in, knees to the back. Soul round the back of Iyo. Iyo stomp to the midsection. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. So shoulder up there by Soul. Soul has been a great Raw to work from. Raw slate. She's athletic. She's got loads of personality. I don't know what they're putting in the water at the Performance Center, said LS Dub. Well, they do a great job, don't they, as you said, of just like finding that great Raw talent. And they've got great coaches as well. So, you know, if they've got the raw ingredients, they can sort of do the rest. Lovely work there by Iyo. Soul, big boot. Down goes Iyo. Soul is going up top. Iyo against the ropes. Soul. Bang. 1, 2. Kick out. Yeah, the fans like that. Cartwheel into a DDT on that top rope. And that's really got the fans going. And the fans are making a lot more noise. So Ruca going over to the corner. Iyo pushes her into the corner. Going, double knees. Iyo back in the corner, charging in. Bang! Double knees by Iyo. I think she's going to go for over the moonsault. She's going up to the top. Soul is down. Iyo looking for the... she's taking her time, though, isn't she? Over the moon, Soul. Knees up there by Soul. She just took a bit too long. Michael Cole said, yeah, I think her leg was bothering her. Rolling her up. Going up. Soul. Snatcher. No, couldn't get it. To Iyo. Wow. And do you know what? We got a clean finish. I don't know if Iyo scouted the Soul Snatcher, but Soul did not connect with it. She felt it coming, says Michael. I wonder why she didn't get the Soul Snatcher. I mean, Iyo was there. Like, she just didn't seem to connect with it. I love the fact that that was not interrupted by Becky. We could get Becky now. Soul loses absolutely nothing by losing to Iyo. She loses nothing. It was a good showcase. She had a really good performance. There was some really good moves in there. And it's clean. We should be applauding that. More of that. Absolutely more of that. I thought the match was decent. I thought it was good. I think it's the best match we've had so far. I think that they could go even better at a PLE. Goods. Right, we're just seeing a recap of the main event of Backlash. Iyo botched twice in that. It was her fault at the end. She wasn't in position. Well, I don't know, to be honest. I mean, I feel like Iyo was probably meant to get the win. So, I don't know, that it might have been the planned finish. Was for the Soul Snatcher to not connect and Iyo to get the win. Okay, here's Jimmy. Jimmy's come to have a word with Jay. Oh. Usos no, he's not going to acknowledge. Jimmy said, I'm going to go out there with the OTC. Good luck with Jacob. That was interesting that Jimmy was saying, you know, sometimes I think he can get a bit carried away about the OTC. I agree. It's good that they both know that Jacob's not going to be acknowledging. But the big question is, what is going to go down? Okay, we're just with the commentators right now. Oh, right. Okay, are we going to get an update on this John Cena thing? Have they got an update on this? Are we going to get like a date and... When are we going to show the belt off as well? Might show the belt off on the actual event, might we? Is that it? Michael Cole goes, well, I can't wait to see how that plays out. Anyway, Saturday night's main event. We got Ethan Page taking on Penta. Honestly, he could have gone, well, that's going to be a cluster fudge, isn't it? But anyway, let's move on to something else. Saturday night's main event. We got Ethan Page versus Penta. We got the Vision taking on the Street Profits. Well, there we go. At least we've managed to get 2 matches made for Saturday night's main event. Street Profits are feeling pretty good. Oh, hello. Is it Seth? Seth's here. There is no we. Seth and Street Profits together is quite good, I think. You're everything they say about you. We don't need you to win the tag championships. Mate, I really want to see Montez versus Seth. There's Oba. Coming up next. Oba. 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 Let's go. Let's go. Oba next. Oba next. Okay. Asuka makes everything better. Since we've seen Asuka, this show has got so much better. It's just a shame we'll never see her again now. But we got Raquel, we got Roxanne, we got Liv. They're in the crowds with Byron. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, so Liv's not happy with the introduction that Byron just gave her. I'm the greatest women's world champion of all time. Liv wants the crowd to show Raquel and Roxanne some respect. Are you blind? Do you need glasses? Liv puts the glasses on Byron. Okay, Byron looks pretty good, actually. Raquel snatches those glasses off of Byron. It's not bad, this, actually. I don't... When are we going to do this match? It hasn't been announced for Saturday night's main event, has it? Okay, yeah, that was okay. Byron looks like Montez without hair, said David. If you listen to a Liv Morgan promo and watch a trick match, it would be a tough one. Liv is the worst of all time, said Kanan. Okay, we're backstage with Soul. Here's Iyo. You are the future. We will fight again. Oh, here's Becky. Here's Becky. You couldn't even beat Iyo Janetti. Becky walks away laughing. You couldn't even beat Iyo Janetti. I do love the fact she keeps calling her that. Okay, the fans are chanting Oba. There we go. Lights go out. They've tweaked it, haven't they? I mean, the way that it kind of builds and then it's just complete darkness for a while and then it cuts to his silhouette. There's tweaks and changes to the presentation, but nothing massive. Oba making his way down. Fans chanting for Oba. Okay, last week we had Otis. Who is it going to be this week? Bum, bum, bum. We were talking, it could be Tyler, it could be Pete. I don't think it'll be one of the Americano guys, but it could be. Could be Dragon Lee. It's a way of getting him on the show, isn't it? Oba in the ring. I think it's gonna be May. Mini Vikingo, said David. Grogvlog said, give us Omos. The Ribs wants Minihausen. Well, we're about to find out. Oba with a microphone. Oh, it's Adam Pearce. Adam Pearce is coming out. We're all excited. No one was willing to answer. It's cancelled. No one would answer it. Oba jumps out the ring. He goes over to Adam Pearce. Is he going to grab someone? We're following Oba to the back. Apparently no one wanted the open challenge. Oba's livid, so he's gone to the back and he's just grabbing people, chucking them round. Angel and Berto. Angel getting thrown about. There's Berto. He gets picked up. Well, he's going to grab both of these and take them to the ring. Right, well, he's decided it's going to be these two. But there we go. Los Garza. It's going to be Los Garza. Angel and Berto are being made to answer this open challenge. Oh, Jesus. Berto getting chucked in the ring. Angel being thrown in the ring as well. Ring the bell. Ring the bell. Ring the bell. Well, there we we go to handicap match. Mate, they're getting smashed. They are getting absolutely smashed. Oba going from corner to corner, colliding into them. Bang, bang. That's pretty fun, isn't it? That's pretty fun. I actually don't hate the fact no one wanted to answer it, so he just goes out and grabs a couple of people. Angel just gets thrown. Butto gets picked up. He gets thrown as well. But what's going to happen next week when no one answers again? Right now, picks him up, looking to drive him down. Butto. Fall from grace. 1, 2, 3. There we go. There's no point scoring it. There's nothing to it. Oba versus Los Garza. That is the bringer of war. Yeah, that's pretty fun, man. I'm not down on that. It would be nice to get someone to put up a bit of a fight. I mean, at some point, I'm thinking Sheamus answers. Goldberg situation. Dominate. Oba has got no challenge. Give him all the belts, said Jose. Ellis Stubbs said, I don't see the goal of booking substanceless squash matches for Oba, with the sole intent of telling us something that we already know about Oba. We know he is vicious and threatening. Oba posing away in the ring. Here's Chad's talking about the AAA Mega Championship. Dylan said, I predicted it. Jacob attacks Jay, and then we get Jay Jacob Saturday night's main event. That's why Jay isn't going with Jimmy, said Dylan. Oh, you want to say that so you can say you predicted it. Got you. The original El Grande Americano backstage. There's Dominic. He's making his way, I think, to the ring. Oh, Finn Balor. Finn Balor attacking JD. Don't you have a match? Looks like you're going to do it alone. Well, there we go. Finn Balor jumping JD. It means that Dominic's going to have to defend that belt on his own. Okay, Dominic making his way out to the ring. We've got around about probably 39 minutes or so left. I mean, show's gone pretty quickly. Okay, Dominic making his way down to the ring. Will El Grande stop OG El Grande from winning a title that the other El Grande could compete for if OG wins and it's added to the mask versus mask match? Would they even do that, said Steve. I mean, they could do that, but to be honest, I don't think that Ludwig is really bothered by the AAA Mega Championship right now. He just wants to get his hands on Chad's. I mean, yeah, you could absolutely sweeten the pot, but that's not really the motivation. He just wants to get his hands on Chad, doesn't he? So he might want to actually do the opposite, and that is cost Chad the victory so that it winds him up and upsets him, rather than him helping him win so that he can get the belt from him, which, as we said, is not a motivator. Probably makes more sense for him to prevent Chad from getting the win. So it makes him angry and, you know. Got a little advert for that match coming up on May 30th. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. He's already got an opportunity, hasn't he? Dominic wants to shake Michael's hand. And he pulls it away. Okay, so Dominic has made his way down to the ring. Oh, this could bang, you know. This could be a seriously great match. Daze, how long will the Oba Open Challenges go for, said Abdullah? He is not having an actual match. It's just a few minutes. He's not having any feuds. Well, I think they'll do it for a little bit. I mean, at some point, someone's going to answer it that's going to be able to put up a fight. Sheamus? I keep saying Sheamus, but that just makes so much sense to me. Few weeks of him getting easy wins. No one's a challenge. Eventually, you're going to run into a challenge. He ain't going to steamroll through absolutely everyone, is he? So, don't know. We'll have to see what they cook up next week. Will they have that challenge be next week? Will they do another simple match? Perhaps it's a little bit harder next week against someone that puts up a decent fight, but still he gets the win. But eventually he'll run into someone that will give him an actual match, a proper match. Here's El Grande. OG El Grande versus Dominic. Steve said he could cost OG, so OG loses. Yeah. Would he not interfere so he gets a chance? Well, he's got a chance anyway, hasn't he? Ludwig has won the Rey de Reyes, so he's got a title shot guaranteed. So if he's going to get involved, I think he would get involved to stop Chad from winning. Wilf Grimm said, regarding the Oba challenge, clearly you don't have to be just a Raw competitor. SmackDown competitors can be also. So maybe bring in Omos to be Oba's challenger, said Wolf Grimm. I got a feeling Sheamus Oba will be at Clash. Sheamus is their go-to European placeholder, said Dylan. Okay. OG El Grande versus Dominic. AAA Mega Championship. This probably our main event tonight, match-wise. And then we'll have the acknowledgement ceremony. Oba challenge. What about Bronson Reed when he comes back, said Rosemary. Well, the only problem is whoever steps up is going to lose. So if you're okay with Bronson, I suppose you could have like Bron getting involved and then it being a DQ. I suppose you could get out of it that way. But really, whoever's stepping up to Oba ain't losing. Definitely not losing, so you'd have to find a different way out of it. That's the only thing. So whoever steps up, you need to be all right with them losing, or we have to find shenanigans. But yeah, Bronson Reed would be an interesting challenge. Shoulder tackle by Chad. Chad over the other side. Dominic leapfrogging over. I think this second hour has been so much better than the first. Iyo versus Soul. You lot said was great 68, by the way. I didn't read that out. Big boot there by Dominic. Dominic climbing up. And, oh, lovely. Arm drag there by OG El Grande. Dominic being kept grounded. Working on the arm. And again. Dominic down, middle of the ring, OG El Grande. David said Rusev needs Lana back so that he gets a push. That's not a bad shout, actually. I do think he's not as interesting on his own. Yeah, I think she definitely was a really great piece of that presentation. So I agree with that. I agree. Okay, right now, OG El Grande in control. Working on the arm. Dominic getting back up to his feet. Dominic in the corner. El Grande charging in. Big boot there by Dominic. He's up. Natalia has just posted something for Asuka. Draping armbar. So grateful that I got to hug you when you came back after your match at Backlash, Asuka. You mean so much to all of us, both in the ring and backstage. Nothing but love, admiration, and respect for you always, Asuka. You are everything that is great about wrestling. So there we go. Some lovely words there by Natalia for Asuka. Whoa! Blimey hell! Chad went over to Dominic on the outside of the ring. Dominic used his legs to sort of launch Chad, and he really did launch him. Dude went properly flying to the outsides. Wow, that wasn't really like controlled in a way. He just sort of like kicked him and launched him in the air, and he went, whoa. It looked good though. It caught me off guard. So yeah, that took us. That was actually quite a creative little spot to take us to a commercial break. I thought that was quite good. Okay, that was crazy. Awesome Kong had one match and got released, said Shining Wizards. Hogan could have said Rusev Day was only over at that time because of how bad everything else was. The fans were so desperate. Today's roster, Rusev just doesn't have a chance to get over with the group of stars that WWE has. WrestleLandy said, Daze, what about one of those big AAA clowns or versus Oba or even Moose? Don't mind. I mean, I don't know what kind of reaction Moose would get. You got to remember, a lot of people that watch WWE only watch WWE. There would certainly be some that would know of him, but I don't know. I don't know what reaction Moose gets. I think the Psycho clowns would get a reaction once they saw what they look like. But, yeah, either way, they're getting murked. Everyone's getting murked. Moose is getting murked. The clowns are getting murked. 1, 2, kick out. I can't. How about a legend? How about if we brought a legend back? Imagine if we could have Bob Backlund. Oh my God! Imagine Bob Backlund. Out he comes, yeah. Down to the ring. He's going to put the chicken wing on. Flip it now. Let's go. Dominic trying to pull at the mask. To be honest, you could bring Bob Backlund down. I don't even know if the crowd would know who that was. Perhaps I'm not giving the crowd as much credit as I should. Chad Gable going over, right hands. But it is true. A lot of these fans they only watch WWE and they... Big superplex. They only watch WWE and they... You know, a lot of them are young, they're kids, they've only been into wrestling a few years. Both guys are down as we come back from commercial break right now. A historic night here on Raw. It's the first time in history the AAA Mega Championships have ended. That is history, actually. That is history. Oh, that's lovely work there by OG. Do you know what? He can really wrestle, can Chads. And if you put him in there with someone that can, you know, hold his end of the bargain like Dominic can. Look at that. Look at that moonsault. Absolute textbook. Beautiful. Kick out by Dominic. Kick coming in. There's a lovely bit of shade being exchanged online. Ooh. We'll go to that once we're in a position to. Oh, lovely. Driver by Dom. 2. Kick out by OG Americano. Dominic going to the outside. Danhausen is probably a SmackDown exclusive, said Davids. Here's Dom. Nice belly to belly. Chucks him in the corner. Oh. 2. 2 for Chads. Why do we keep calling him Chads? Well, we could call him OG El Grande. It was just long, isn't it? He's going up. Oh, here comes Rio. Bravo. And there's El Grande as well. Bang. Big shot. Dominic. This could be the beginning of the ends. Dominic going for the pin. 2. Oh! Kick out. We're not quite there yet. So we have had some here comes Bruto, Julio, the Credos, Rio, Bravo. Julio doing like a bit of a flipping Rowan impression with his dungarees. Now we got the 2 Americanos going at it. Here's Dominic. 619. That'll do it. That'll do it. Boom. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Dominic retains. Dominic retains. Okay. Dom retains the AAA Mega Championship, said Wrestling Fan. Jeremy is booing. Okay, we've got the acknowledging ceremony coming up next, I believe. So this could be really interesting. This could be really interesting. Highest stakes possible. Dom has improved so much. It was a very good match, despite the interference, says Archaic. Okay. Okay, the open challenge continues. Next Monday, we're backstage. Logan, Theory, Jackie. Logan calls Jackie wacky. Daze, are we going to get a poll for that match? Yeah. Good shout. Maxine's in the car. Theory gets in the car and Maxine was sat in there. And they did that so well. They did that so well. The camera just briefly, like, just as we're going to the car, it just briefly showed you in the car, like, momentarily. They absolutely wanted you to see it. Here's Roman. Yeah, that was well shot. They did that really well. Okay, here comes Roman. Brony said, I can't fathom the idea of Triple H seeing how Theory is as a heel and not telling himself he's awful as a heel. Okay, Roman's coming out only with Jimmy. Jay has still stayed to meet Jacob. Here comes Roman, the acknowledgement ceremony. I don't think LA Knight would like his sister dating the Vision, said the Ribs. I wish they would stop opening and closing shows with promo segments, said Shining Wizard. Roman then making his way down to the ring with Jimmy. We're already at 10 past. Well. Bum, 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 bum. The acknowledgement ceremony. Is this going to be one of the great segments? Okay. I don't know what they're doing whilst we're at commercial break. We've got a black screen. They're just sticking with Roman and Jimmy as they make their way down to the ring. Okay. Get your thoughts in. What did you think about El Grande against Dominic? Get your thoughts in. We're obviously going to be scoring this segment as well. Acknowledgements. Ceremony. Roman still on the outside looking around at the crowds. Corey Graves just said, I don't know what Roman's plan is, but he's had some time to think about it. And it feels like he needs to be acknowledged. Daze, you and I need to do a point counter on a wrestling topic provided by members, and the members vote on who wins each one. What does that mean? Restaurant said the thing is, WTF does Triple H think Maxine Dupree is going to do with what's left of the Vision? It's already died 1,000 deaths. It's over. Jojo said Triple H loves the Bloodline. It's wild how long this story has gone on, especially with it supposed to be a joke, said Bishop. I was all for the Bloodline, but I'm starting to agree these angles and storylines are stupid. Oh wow, people are really struggling a bit with this. I mean, I don't like the Jacob Roman story. It feels rushed. I think we didn't really plant the seeds or anything like that. We just sort of rushed our way into it. It's just sort of been there as a result. I thought the match they had at the weekend was not bad. I actually didn't mind the fact that we had a bit of shenanigans at the end. It was better than, you know, some outside interference. I'm very interested to see how this segment's going to go. But it seems like there's people out there that are sort of struggling with the Bloodline stuff at the moment. We'll see. This could be okay. I'm not trying to do anything wrong. Like FTKO, I believe they let me have CM Punk, Cody, let me have Roman, Fatu, and I'd be eating all summer, said James. Well, listen, there's lots to criticize TKO about. Even now, there's lots to criticize TKO about, but I don't know. I don't feel that level of anger around the Bloodline story. Roman in the ring. David said, I'd take a 50% pay cut if I could join Creative, says David. Okay, Roman in the ring. We got Roman Reigns chants. We got OTC chants. Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns. Okay, I so want this to be good. I'd love for this to be a well thought out, well constructed segment. Roman. Smile on his face. Knoxville. Knoxville, acknowledge me. Roman Reigns. David is singing along. AB is eating some chicken enchiladas. Ooh, check you out. Okay, here we go. Here's Jay. Jay trying to have a word with Jacob. Jacob just walks past him. Think about this, says Jay. Think about this. Listen to me. You're going to create a lot of problems. You got to be smart, Jacob. Don't do this. Jacob's going out there. Jay's with him going, don't do this, man. It's kind of making it more dramatic. He stops him, jumps in front of him. We're in gorilla. Headbutt there by Jacob. Jay goes down. Headbutt again. Oh, surely Jimmy's on the way. Can't imagine Jimmy seeing this. Hell no. I'm not acknowledging you. You're going to have to beat that acknowledgement out of me. Okay, so did Jimmy not, like, immediately head backstage to help his brother? Oh, right, okay, well, at least he is on the way. He's in the entranceway. Here's Jimmy. Saying timeout, timeout. Bang, he got it, right? Jacob. Throw in Jimmy. Roman standing in the ring. So Jimmy and Jay have been dealt with. Doesn't look like they're all united on the same page, does it? Roman in the ring. He's got a microphone in one hand. He's got a championship in the other. I'd love it if Roman still says, are you going to acknowledge me? Jacob, acknowledge me. No, he's throwing the microphone down. I think even Roman knows this ain't happening. So is this shit? Are we going to brawl? Are we brawling? OTC chants from the crowds. Roman staring at Jacob. Jacob gets in and they're going at it. They're brawling. Jacob did say, if you want me to acknowledge, you're going to have to beat it out of me. And so they're going straight at it. Roman with Jacob. Jacob collides into Roman. Roman goes down. Jacob against the ropes, closing. Clothesline, Roman to the outsides. Jacob against the ropes. Gets caught there by Roman. I wish there was heat on Jacob. I wish the fans were like booing Jacob out the building. There was like heat. Flipping cannot stand this wishy-washy stuff that we're doing. Chair shot there by Roman. And again, Roman with a chair. Another chair shot there by Roman. Acknowledge me or your ass is out of here. Yeah, that's an element that I had sort of forgot about. If he doesn't acknowledge him, he's out of here. Another chair shot there by Roman. Acknowledge me or you are out of here, says Roman. Wallops Jacob with a chair. Roman back in the corner. Jacob is on his feet, Roman. He's going to look to charge over. Super kick there by Jacob. Jacob, Tongan death grip. Tongan death grip is in. He drives Roman to the outsides. Oh, we had Trinidad flag guy in the crowds. Jacob, suicide dive, Roman into the barricades. It's quite a physical beatdown, this. Roman down. Acknowledge this. Roman goes into the ring post. You want me to acknowledge you? How about you acknowledge this? That's kind of cool. You left me and my family broke? Is that what he just said? You left me and my family broke? Why did Roman do that? I mean, one thing I would say about Roman is, you know, he's there for the family. You left me and the family, my family broke? That could have just been a bit of a throwaway line. I'm not sure, but I don't know. All of that stuff seems quite important to me. Superman punch. Roman with a Superman. Roman's feeling it right now. Locked and loaded. Ah, Tongan death grip back in again. Tongan death grip back in. He's got Roman. Headbutts. Roman goes down to one knee. Jacob grabbing Roman, looking to pick him up. Roman going for a ride through the table. Commentary table breaks. That commentary table, it doesn't always break that satisfactory. But that was very satisfying. Yeah, we do have people that have come down. Corey Graves is saying careful. Fatu coming over. Tongan death grip in. Tongan death grip in. So Roman just getting driven through that table. We've got lots of officials that have come down. They're trying to get Jacob. Oh, this could backfire. This could backfire. Enough, said Adam Pearce. He goes right back at Roman. Yeah, he's not leaving Roman alone. There's another official that's just gone down. It's Adam Pearce, actually, that's just gone down. I've actually got some Fatu chants, you know. That is amazing. Roman is so loved, but we do have some Fatu chants, and right now, Jacob, once again, making it very clear. Jacob has got that championship. Jacob has gone off the deep end, holds up that championship. And he is absolutely leaving us in no doubt whatsoever. This is far from over. He refuses to acknowledge. After tonight, Jacob might be out of a job, says Michael Cole. I'm all gas. No breaks with it. Oh, he's going back. He's going back. He's going back. Oh, what a spot. What a great spot. Jacob collides into Roman. The Usos were there as well. My God, just drove them all into the timekeepers. That was sick. That was sick. He's got spittle everywhere. Oh my God, Fatu, Fatu, Fatu. Roman lames. That's what we call him. He's way more boring than Jacob. Jacob's bringing the fire. Oh my God, that was so good. That was so satisfying. Just went charging over, drove them into the timekeepers area. This is like a one-man bloodline wrecking machine, isn't it? Damn, mate, that was good. That was good. I don't know how people are going to feel about the whole segment itself, but it was quite satisfying. Do you know what I mean? It wasn't like they just teased a little something, but didn't actually. There was quite a lot of action that was in there. I love that final bit. I really love that final bit. He was talking to us as he was walking up the entranceway, and then all of a sudden stopped and just turned around and just ran. And it was like we followed him as he just smashed them into the timekeepers area. I don't know how he knew they were there. But we'll get the segment score, shall we? What did you think? Segment score. What did you think about that segment? The acknowledgement segment. There was no acknowledging. We didn't expect any acknowledging. Jacob should be suspended indefinitely, says Tyler. Dylan said, about that you left my family broke line. I think he just meant that with Roman beating him, he didn't get all the benefits he had been talking about for the last few weeks. Maggie said, poor Roman, he doesn't deserve this. Such disrespect for everything Roman's achieved. I'm depressed now, even though I expected this. I do think that line is interesting, that you left my family broke. I don't think he is referring to this weekend. Just gone. I think he's saying that you didn't help me. You didn't help us. You had all this success. But the thing is, they can't really commit to that because it does make Roman look bad. I mean, Roman being such a successful professional wrestler and talking so much about helping the family, if it is true that he did not help Jacob and Jacob's family, I don't know. No, there's definitely something to dig into there, but I could understand WWE struggling to figure out how they're going to do it, because you could really make Roman look like a bad person, and I don't think we're trying to do that. I tell you what, though, that's a great shot. Look at that. I've marked them all. Roman has looked bad in this whole story. There's just no saving it, said Brony. It's time to have Roman get laid out each week by Jacob till SummerSlam, where Jacob just squashes him and sends Roman to retirement, said Brony. Oh, I don't know that it's that bad. I don't know that it's that bad. I mean, look, this is a challenge for Roman and for the Usos. Roman got the win at the weekends. This is going to lead towards a match at Clash in Italy. Don't know how that's going to go down. But, yeah, I don't think it's like, let's send Roman off to retirement. You could go that way, though. You could go, if this was where Roman was going to call it quits, but I don't expect that. I wonder if there's a way of bringing The Rock into this story somehow, which then helps us get to Roman, you know? Grand Prix Prairie Cobra said 7 out of 10. I was entertained. I've thought this whole feud started because Jacob felt Roman didn't help him or his family, and now he's coming to collect by taking it all from Roman. It seems like Roman never thought they deserved help. I don't know, because like what he seems to have said before is that he needs that belt so that his kids can go to a better school, so that his family can live in a better house. I don't know. I mean, to me, it's difficult because we're just getting little bits, aren't we? I feel like, did Roman make sure that Jacob had the basics? Did Roman make sure that there was a roof over their head? I would imagine the answer to that is yes. So I've always thought that Roman did at least that for the family and made sure everyone was covered in that regard, right? So I think all of that was fine. But then you've got Jacob like coming out and saying, y'all left me and my family broke. I mean, that's an interesting line. There's no two ways about it. That's an interesting line. That does seem to suggest that Roman might have made sure they had bread, right? But I mean, was not looking after them anything beyond that. But then you can make an argument, is that Roman's responsibility? You know, he made sure they had some food and they had some shelter. There's just not enough details to know exactly what he means by that. I mean, what it feels like they're trying to say is Jacob's family are not in a great place. Jacob really feels that he needs this championship and all the wealth that comes with it. Roman has certainly not given Jacob or helped Jacob have a comfortable life. But Roman might respond by saying, well, I made sure you had the basics. I made sure our whole family had the basics. I don't know, man. It's an interesting one. It's interesting because without further detail, it's hard to know what the truth is. I think there's really meat on that bone, though. But again, if you're WWE, can you dig into that? How much can you go into that story? Because ultimately, it's either going to look like Jacob's ungrateful for what Roman has given him, or it's going to make Roman look bad because people will say he should have done more than what he actually did. I mean, let's not forget, Roman's getting paid like 10+ million a year to make sure that everyone in the family is comfortable. That feels like something he should do, really. And the Usos are making plenty of money as well. There's a lot of money coming into this family, you know? I don't know, it's interesting. I think there's definitely meat on that bone, but I just don't know if WWE is really wanting to dig into that too much. To me, it depends how much of reality they want to use, said Dylan. Obviously, Jacob did time in prison. Maybe it's related to a lack of support from the family during that time. Well, yeah, again, that's more, you're right, that's more meat on the bone, isn't it? And I think this is the disappointing thing, really, is that I think we could have really told a very, very deep, satisfying story about Jacob's relationship with the family and the support that is received from the successful members of that family. And don't forget, this is a family that is so proud of their bloodline. They're showing off the bloodline family tree. Don't forget, he's related to The Rock. There is absolutely no reason why anyone in this family should be broke and just on bare basics, you know? So there could be something to what Jacob is saying, but equally, I'm sure you would hear a different story from Roman. But yeah, we haven't dug into it. We haven't really, it's just the odd comment here and there that's been made. I think like a really good promo exchange between Jacob and Roman could be very satisfying. Where Roman's like, you want to get into the backstory of everything. You want to drag all of our dirty laundry out into the open. Well, let's go, shall we, Jacob? Let's do exactly that. How about we go back to when you did whatever it was he did and got locked up, and the effect that had on the family. Oh God, that could be a really satisfying promo exchange, you know. And we could really get some of this out in the open. You just got to find a way of doing it without either guy looking bad, really. Do you know what I mean? You got to find a way of doing it of Roman still looking like the Roman that we all know and respect. But equally, you could see it from Jacob's point of view, where you could understand why Jacob feels upset and feels like he was neglected. Don't know, man. To be honest, I was not a fan of how this story started. It felt rushed. But because more things have happened now. I mean, right now, we know where we stand. And we know why we stand there. He does not like the Usos. They've still got, or had, a bit of soft spot for him. They were trying to help him. Roman doesn't give a flip. We kind of know where we stand right now. So I felt it was rushed at the start, but right now I'm in it. I'm there. I know where we are, and I understand why we're there. The build and the start could have been better, but where we are now and where we're going in the future, yeah, I'm with it. I'm with it. I can't say it's a chore to watch, and I'm quite interested in seeing where we go next. Like, what are they going to do next week? Daze, how would we rate this? I don't know, but I haven't even thought about it. It's not even crossed my mind. I was digesting that Jacob segment. Roman could tear him apart with some comments in promos, said Dylan. Oba Sheamus as a heel, said Mike. Yeah, I'd love to see that. I'd love to see that. Robbie said WWE hasn't thought that deeply about it. It doesn't make sense. Jacob has got a contract now. He can support his family comfortably. Pre-WWE, no. But again, they've not thought that deep. Well, again, I mean, you can dig into that. I mean, what if Jacob being in prison meant the family had run up a lot of debts? And what if, you know, him getting into WWE is him paying off those debts, but it's still not improved the quality of the family life? You know, what if he needs to make money fast? Like, he's not, even with this WWE contract, he's not in a great place. And I think there's something to really get our teeth into there. There does strike me as being a lot of meat on that bone. I just don't know if WWE are going to want to dig into that. This is where we as fans can sort of fantasy book, get a bit carried away. And then, of course, we watch what they do on the show and it just never goes that far. I mean, you know, what Rob is saying there is probably correct. We're probably going way more in depth with this than what even they have behind the scenes. And, you know, we'll just keep getting little brawls and things like that when really, we could do some good stuff with this. Bloodline rules at SummerSlam. Maybe The Rock as like special guest referee, said Adam. There's got to be a way of building towards The Rock being a part of this. I don't know if it'd be special guest ref, whatever. Could be. But there's got to be a way of like this is all about family. So, I mean, there's got to be a way of The Rock coming in. Then can you imagine if The Rock slaps Roman or something? And that sets us on the course for their match at WrestleMania. I don't know. Is this gonna carry on? I was just thinking that this might just get us to Clash, but the way things are right now, I am wondering if it's going to go beyond that. Is this going to take us all the way to SummerSlam? It's a bit of a long ride, though. I mean, SummerSlam's the first week of August, so this story would have to go. I mean, we're halfway through May, so we got to get through the back half of May, all June, and all July. That's a lot, isn't it? That is a lot. That is an ask. But it can be done, of course. I mean, we've done, feuds that long before. Of course we have. I wasn't really expecting this to be one of them, but yeah, okay. Maybe Roman could say, why don't I put you back in a cell and then do a Hell in a Cell? Yes, cool, Cam, that's good. Let's go back in. Yeah. I could vibe with that. Roman, Jacob, Hell in a Cell. Yeah, I could definitely vibe with that. I'd say there's so much heat in this that it actually feels like that would make sense. Yeah, that's good, that is. I like that. Dylan said, for sure, we go past Clash. We'll get Jacob J first. Okay. And then with Roman's absences that we've learnt about, right? Yeah. I mean, it does. We could move on to doing Jay against Jacob. Jacob gets the better of that. Jimmy gets involved. I don't know if anyone could come in. I could tell you Zilla is trending right now, but I think that's more wishful thinking. As I'm not even lying, look on my screen right now at the sides. What's happening? Zilla trending. We want LA Knight trending as well, actually. Hashtag we want LA Knight trending. The Rock betrayal of Roman and then cheats him out the title, said Zingbots. Could do. The Rock's got a belt, hasn't he? The People's Championship. What if we do Rock Roman, but it's the People's Championship that's on the line? Because Rock doesn't need to be like a world champion. So, I mean, we don't need that World Heavyweight Championship on the line against The Rock. But, Roman could make The Rock put up that people. I've always believed from the moment it was introduced that belt, that People's Championship, was brought in for storyline. Always believed that. Always believed that belt was going to be defended at some point. Could be in a match against Roman, but I don't know. We might be getting carried away now, starting to bring The Rock in and all of that. All I'll say is I enjoyed that final segment. Thought it was good. Right. Anyway, we're going to go because I need to do the breakdown. So let's end the poll. So you lot said that final acknowledgement segments, you've scored it great 70. So you enjoyed it. Great 70. 24 and 6. That got 52, 8, 31, 9. That got good 92. Oh, you didn't love Dominic El Grande. Good 92 for that. Great 70 for that final one. Right, I'm going to go and we're going to do the breakdown. We are back tomorrow, of course, with NXT, although off the top of my head, I can't remember what the hell's going on there. But we are back tomorrow with NXT. Big thank you to everyone that joined us for this. I'm actually leaving Raw with a kind of real sense of, yeah, that was quite interesting, actually. There was a few bits in there. I think the first hour was not a challenge, but just, I don't know, it just felt like it struggled to get going. But I think once we had that Asuka moment with Iyo and then it went to Iyo Soul Ruca, that for me is when you might as well started the show there. We could have opened the show with Iyo and Asuka and that being the very beginning of the show. And then the first match could have been Iyo Soul Ruca. And if we'd have started there, I mean, that would have been a much better beginning, you know? So I think like that first hour, largely throw it away. But once we got past that, I think the show really picked up and did enjoy that end. So yeah, appreciate it. Thanks for joining us. I'll see you in a moment for the breakdown. WrestleLand said, Daze, did they tell us about Asuka? There was supposed to be an update. They did. The update was, there's no update. Brilliant work.